Okay. Oh, seems to be a bit of lag, I think. Well, my connection's kind of waning now. Alright. Okay. Alright. Hello, everybody. It is I, Naven, from Naven Gaming. How's everybody doing today? Normally, I would try to stream a lot earlier than this. I don't even know if I'm going to go with a full 8 hours, but I usually try to get a little earlier in the day, but I've had to make adjustments because of, well, I was supposed to do something today that ended up being canceled. And on top of that, I've also had to do another thing. It's I had a bit of a I had two things like that I had to do today, which is weird that it all had to coincide with this day. And then the past couple of days, right? Like I've been trying to do a stream and I never found the opportunity to do so. And then even then, right? Like at one point I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do a stream, then something came up, and then at another point I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do a stream today, right? And then suddenly it was just like, okay, now I'm suddenly depressed. Now I don't feel like getting on stream. It's it's weird how life just kind of works like that. So you'll also notice that my tracking's a little different today because I have to use Live 2D. I've been using NVIDIA because it's more optimal for my purposes, but Live 2D is what I'm working with right now. And so most of my expressions are going to be everywhere today, but I've noticed that it's a lot faster and it's a lot smoother than NVIDIA, so that's interesting to know. But yeah, that's kind of where I've been today. And the past couple of days, I also wanted to get another stream out before today, primarily because I am going to be busy for the next 4 days, so it's not gonna have a whole lot of time to actually do a stream. So there's that. There's that as well. Ay, ay, ay. Feel like I need to recalibrate it. Okay. But yeah. Life, it just tends to get in the way of everything. Okay. Well, with that said, let's get into Doom. I've been wanting to play Doom for a while. And I could have played Doom in my own time, honestly. But I'm the kind of person to where it's just like, I kind of feel like, especially a game like Doom, like, it's just better to just stream the whole game on the channel. Okay. It's better to just stream the whole game on the channel. If there's ever a game I could complete on the channel, it would be a short-ass game like this one. These games aren't typically long. Just finding the time to do it. So on one hand, I want to play it by myself, but on the other hand... Alright. I'm kind of debating if I want to go with a different look. I played with this skin on during the gameplay portion in my own free time, and I feel like it kind of gets in the way of the minor facial expressions that are present in the game. So maybe not. Huh. Ugh. Might as well just hop right into it. Amazing how quickly it loads. Oh, I thought I was hitting the button. Alright.
The mine is open.
The mine is open.
That heart powers the forge. It needs to be reactivated.
Another Sentinel Shrine, because I certainly need it. Oh god, I do certainly need it. Let me see here. What do we got? Reload speed would be nice. I'm not gonna have points for that. We'll recover faster. Ugh. I feel like anything that gives me armor is always good. So we're here to forge something, right? Nice. I don't think that's something I can fire at. Other than that, life's just been kind of going on. What we got going on here? We got a key up here. Can't get to... Mainly came over here just to go this way, but I think I saw it over here. Can't go through here. Now let's get the keys. So get the key first. Huh. Jesus. There we go. Oh boy, another one. Oh, finally. Maybe not this guy. Through the damn door. Well, we got that health increase. All right. Let's see. Everything seems to be working in working order today too, which is nice. I don't like complications. The only thing that wasn't in working order was my tracking, and that's about it.
Power activated. 2 more switches left.
This again? Oh. How many of those are there now? 3, so there's 2 more. What the hell is this? Don't see any dog statues anywhere nearby. Boy, oh boy. Nice. You know, I was expecting something a little different from that. Jesus. Okay, something's hitting me now. Oh, did I kill it? I must have. Didn't even see it die. I don't jump into this, do I? No. Just keeps it up. Can't open that. Got a big ass heart. Alright, what's up here? You know, one thing that I've been seeing a lot recently is just drama. And I don't know if I really like that. I wonder if that's what's kind of affecting it. I don't think it is, because I see it all the time. It's not anything different from the usual. But it could be a part of it, right? I suppose when you really sit down and you really have to ask yourself, like, what could be inhibiting you from doing the utmost, it'd probably be something like that. It'd be that and a combination of other factors, right? I kind of don't really like to think of myself as someone who gets caught up in drama or gets wrapped up in stupid bullshit, but there's just been a lot of it recently. Some of it's just kind of funny. Like, I've been hearing about the Kirsha thing, as well as the other stuff that's been happening with the doxing with Kitsu among the, because of the stupid anime video nonsense. There's a lot of things that are just going on these days. And I just don't understand how we got to this point as a society. I often wonder this stuff frequently, just like, how did we get here? Like, what do we have to become to get to this point, right? The Gearshow one was just funny for me because I just don't like journalists. As someone who often thought about maybe becoming a journalist, I never actually, when I was younger, I never actually thought I would actually, that journalism would just die. But that's where I've gotten to at this point in my life. Is that I'm basically at a point where, right, I'm just kind of, I just don't care for journalists. I don't. I hate journalists. Especially games journalists. They're feckless as hell. But they're, one of the funny things that come out of journalism today is that they often don't think about the things that they actually do. And then one of the funniest things about the hit piece that they wrote about, like, Kirsha and Leaflet in that Vice article, was that well, not one of the things in them, but the person who wrote it, right? Because I didn't read the article, nor do I fucking want to. But apparently they wrote a hit piece about them. Oh, the funny thing that came out of it, right, was that they apparently decided, right, that they were going to... this person was going to write this hit piece and not bother remembering what does their likes on Twitter look like. I love how, like, I never... how I always have a bit of a chip on my shoulder when it comes to regards to reputation on the internet, and how it's kind of like a... There's always, like, the bigger you are, the more likely you are to fall, and also the more egoistic you get, so it's a very dangerous game you play oftentimes, but, like, if you're at least self-aware, you shouldn't fall into this trap, right? But for some reason, right, some people, they have this weird tendency. I'm going to try and minimize myself a little bit. They have this weird tendency. My lip flapping is not as good as it could be, but, they have this, again, going back to what I was trying to say, they have this weird tendency where they essentially, they will say, people will say defamatory things on the internet, and then they'll not only say those defamatory things, knowing full well that they are indeed defamatory, and that they can potentially produce a level of liability and harm, not just on the person, but also on yourself for making the claim. They also have this very bizarre idea, right, that they can't possibly be touched. It's the same thing with the Cinder situation, right? You know, like, you get to a point to where it's just like, you think you're so high and above everyone else. At least that's what it seems like, right? I have no idea about Cinder herself or what she thinks, other than what was admitted. And granted, I know a little bit about the documentations. I don't really pay too much attention to the controversies, because the controversies are just, they're always exactly what you expect them to be. They're just always like, there's one person takes things too far, and everything just falls apart, right? And then suddenly, you know, my favorite thing that always results from them is, especially in those types of controversies, is knowing who's going to scream the loudest. One exercise that I love doing is looking to see who screams the loudest, because the people who usually scream the loudest are probably the kind of people you also probably want to be aware, you want to be careful of. I feel like some people would argue that in that type of situation, Shy Lily was the one who screamed the loudest, because she just kind of came out of left field and just kind of put her on blast. Which, I think that part makes sense. You know what, I think I've discussed this pretty at length in a different video. Pretty damn sure. But the point is that, you know, like, I feel like with the Shy Lily thing, it was warranted. Because, you know, like, she just thought that everything was just a bunch of bullshit. And it was. But one of the important things to understand is that while the Streisand effect, among other things, are things that I hate seeing, which I'm not seeing a whole lot anymore, which is great. Thankfully. At least some of the more notable figures in these spaces seem to be paying attention to, you know, just letting things go and just not trying to bury every single thing that happens. But, you know, one of the weird things about the internet is that also people who make weird, you know, who always say they're for or against something, you know, like, they'll often say things and not even realize, hey guy, you have an internet footprint, you have a track record, all right? People can look that shit up, they can find it. And if it's something as easy as going through your likes and seeing what you've been liking and what posts you've been looking at for, like, the good while, I mean, Rev has basically, he's mentioned it several times that your likes are public, and I'm like, I never really saw that as, like, the biggest fucking deal, until I see it happen multiple times, and then it's just like, you know what? I'm starting to understand why Rev hates these people. Why he's so confused when people often forget about the fact that their likes are public. It's because they often support the things, sometimes, that they're kind of against. And if they're not supporting the things that they're against, they are secretly into some weird fuck shit. It's just like involving something else entirely. It's like you're really trying to make a moral argument while having no morals to stand on. Granted, you could have an opinion about one thing and a different opinion about another thing, but, you know, like, I wouldn't go picking fights on the internet just to prove a point. And that's the part that always, like, really fascinates me. It's just like, why are you like this? Why do you do this? Oh, that guy again. Wonderful. Ooh. And he's dead. Ah. Sometimes that really does disappoint me. when they make them disappear like that. I was just also hearing about a new controversy that was happening. I honestly forgot what it was, so I can't really talk about it. I don't remember what it was. It was the main reason why I was thinking about it, because it put me in a weird sort of topical mood. I really don't like it when enemies disappear. I kind of just want to slaughter the rest of them. A full restore? I don't need that. Yet. I don't usually check my emails, but for this channel in particular, I should probably check the emails. I never really know what's going to go through them. Oh boy, I can't use the shield. There we go. Oh, I can tell what demon is here now. Where is he? There he is. Let's not waste time and not sugarcoat it. Bye. All right. Ugh. All right. Oh boy. How do I get over there? I'm assuming there's something over here that I missed. Am I missing the path or something, or am I just... Oh, there we go. I probably should just adjust the brightness. Yeah, I thought about jumping down here. I just didn't. Nice. So I'm turning it on.
One more switch.
Mystery. How do I get up there? How do I get up there? If I remember, yeah. Sweet, an extra life if I need it. I've been pretty good about not dying for a good while. I've only ever really died a couple of times, technically. Because everything just kind of happens so fast. But now that I have the right tools, I'm not going to die nearly as fast. But yeah, I've been thoroughly enjoying this game so far. I thought about maybe making a Doom playthrough for the other ones too, but then I'm like, knowing how I stream, it's probably not gonna be viable. I still have yet to figure out how to get that weird crystal thing that's over here. I'm assuming there's gotta be a dog statue that I missed somewhere. There's all around here. But yeah, I like playing Doom games. I like the fast-paced, high-intensity type of gameplay that this game offers. Let's see, do I miss it somewhere? It's very possible that I might have missed it somewhere specifically. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Where did I even find the last one that I think about it? Maybe they're just around the place that I think about. I think I found it somewhere that's a little further away from where that location is. So maybe it's the same. Yeah! That looks like it right there. Now that's a ruby, isn't it? How do I get up there? Oh, we're about to find out. So there's something over here. Codex entry. What do we got? Ancestral Forge. In ancient times, two titanic ancestrals, Tharok the Mighty and Illigas the Wise, clashed in a battle of unimaginable ferocity. The earth trembled as Tharok struck down Illigas with a colossal blade, its impact forming the mountain range that now cradles Titan's Forge. Within the remains of the fallen draconic ancestral, the Sentinels have wrought a forge of legend. Here, they mine the ancestral's remains, extract the ancient blood, distilling it into an arcane fuel. High priests from bygone eras could awaken dormant energies within the giant sword, imbuing the ancestral blood with otherworldly power. Alright. Very special forge. And I'm not finding any way up to that spot, at least. Oh, wait a minute. I see it now. I see it now. Oh, it might be over by where the switch is, actually. Let's see, so if the ruby's up there, where's the dog statue? Where's the wolf statues? The last one I'm looking for. Open. Open sesame. What do you got? Fascinating. Very fascinating. Just camp out in this spot, being a nuisance. That looks like a toy. Mm-hmm. Bagari. That's still how you pronounce it. Nice. Ruby found. That was one thing I could have done, was just replay earlier sections on this account, but I don't think I really wanted to do that either. Well, I don't know. Maybe now that I think about it, maybe I could have. Is that a codex entry I'm seeing over there in the distance? Oh boy. Also, was there any way to get... Yeah, there was something up there still, but... didn't see anything else useful up there. Oh yeah, that's where I found the other statue, isn't it? So then, where is the other one? This is where I found the one statue. The other statue must be somewhere. Let's see, that's all the way over here. So that means it's either got to be over here, or maybe it's around this area somewhere. I have no idea. I'm gonna go on the off chance it's over there somewhere. I see 2 question marks next to each other as well, so I'm gonna go check that out as well. I often do think about where was I going with that? I just started something that I've been thinking about where I was gonna go with it. Oh. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Oh boy. I've almost fallen several times. I don't know where I was going with that. I think I was gonna mention something about, I don't know, I guess dating aspects, because I've been thinking about a lot about how fucked this country is. I've been noticing recently, my model's tweaking out. And every time I move my hand or something in front of my face, my model just gets all weird because the tracking gets interfered with. It's kind of funny how that works. But yeah. I've been thinking about some I've been looking at the market recently. Well, not the market, but I've been paying attention a little bit around the discourse, as per usual. And as you can imagine, it's not really anything too new. Women still have a hate boner for men, among other things. It's really nothing to really talk about because it's stuff we haven't already seen plenty of times.
See you at the elevator.
I remember having this whole conversation to myself about... That does a lot of damage. About something regarding that? Cannot remember it for the life of me now. Ow. Man, he does a lot of damage. There we go. All you really need is a super shotgun. No, that's it? Okay. But yeah, as per the usual, I was kind of looking around, seeing what sort of discourse was going on around the time. And I'm not too impressed by the things that I've been seeing. I've also been hearing some stuff going on with some of my friends about, not necessarily about dating things, but just more so about like the conversations around like the discourse around just streaming and collaborations among other things. It's nothing super positive, let me tell you. The Cinder thing kind of blew everything out of proportion. I mean, to be honest, I could have told you that there were going to be obviously some fake friends. I mean, I think that was a given. I think in this kind of business, you have to kind of, funny enough, I think in this kind of business, you have to kind of be aware of that fact that there are going to be some fake-ass people out here just wanting to make a quick buck. And they're probably going to use your reputation, your brand, so to speak, as a means to accomplish that. And even people you think are your friends are probably not your friends. That's just how it is. And I'm not saying that that's an excuse to why you should exercise a little, you know, like you should be consistently vigilant and wary of every interaction. In fact, you should have been like that from the start, if I had to be honest. But, you know, you don't have to be so, you know, on guard about it, right? You don't have to constantly have a wall between you and the person. The most you really need is just to have a very professional and cordial relationship with the people around you. And then if that ends up becoming something more worthwhile for, you know, to nurture and to grow into something else, then it's fine. Just let it do it. Just let it happen. And then if they end up betraying you and, you know, shit just happens that way, it just happens that way. I mean, how do I get through here? I mean, there's no real way of knowing what a person's like. It's not like you can reach into their mind and then really delve into the deepest recesses of their psyche to know what they're truly thinking and feeling. You just kind of have to take a chance with people, and that's what a lot of these types of that's a lot of what relationship building is taking chances with people. And you have to be willing to be at least somewhat open about yourself and about the things that you like and the things that you care about to really be able to have and cultivate that kind of, you know, to any kind of relationship, really. The hope, right, is that you get better at noticing the signs, which that's always debatable with some people, but the hope, of course, maybe if I just go all the way around. The hope, of course, is that if you get better at reading the signs, you'll stop eventually getting hurt by people who are clearly fake as shit. As someone who's been disappointed by people in the past, and I've also disappointed people and disappointed even myself, oh god. It's not exactly easy, and also change is not easy either. Oh, there you are. You can't change someone who isn't willing to change, but you can change someone who's at least willing to try. And as someone who's tried to be better in terms of just being an overall, you know, just a better person in real life, I kind of can definitely tell you that, you know, my relationships with people function very differently. They function very differently than how I was when I was younger. Like my capacity for, I guess you could say sympathy. Well, I wouldn't say sympathy, but empathy has risen dramatically since high school and especially middle school. And it's just something they have to constantly work at. You know, just like how cruelty is a thing that is often learned through acts of cruelty, as well as just people just being genuine pieces of shit. You know, like, you have to actually kind of recognize and just kind of build and just kind of take it upon yourself to be a bit of a better person on the daily. I would often like to think, right, that I could be a better person, especially when it comes to my own endeavors. But the sad truth is that I'm the kind of person who hates himself, and I am the kind of person who would try to help others and elevate them as much as humanly possible before my own needs. And that's a kind of personality trait that I kind of loathe personally, because, I mean, it's very self-inflicting, right? You know, like, you don't want to be that kind of person, but at the same time, you know, like, if you know, like, you want to be helpful, you know, you want to be I mean, it's kind of like a male given trait, right? You know, like you want to be helpful, you want to be kind, you want to be able to like give people the ability and the opportunity to just be like, you know what, you're a fucking real one for that. You're probably the best person I've ever known. You've really saved my bacon on this one, or just something like that. You know, like you really want to feel that gratitude, but oftentimes it's not usually how some interactions go, especially not in work environments. You know, in jobs, they just care about you doing the thing. They don't actually care about you specifically. It's why I find that the trend of women constantly, you know, like cycling around between like going to and from like what is it? Wanting to have relationships, but also simultaneously wanting to build a future for themselves and be independent is also kind of an oxymoron, right? Because you can't really have both. Men can kind of have both, but they have to make a lot of concessions to get to that point. Women have to kind of pick and choose which route they want to go at the end of the day. Do they want to have a successful career? Do they want to be married? Or do they want... Or would they rather just not have any of these things and just be fun, you know, just be completely and fundamentally independent, like maybe even so far as isolated? And I think that there are definitely pathways to a lot of different things in life that are certainly have their own... They come with their own sort of issues and also their own sort of benefits. But personally, I think given how women are the more social animal of the two genders that we fucking know of, I think that it's impossible for a woman to be completely isolated. But I do think that it is possible for women to succeed and thrive in our current age more so than they've ever been able to before. Because, I mean, you have to look at our current society, right? We live in the digital age. We live in the age of the internet. And in any type of social situation where social constructs and as, you know, as well as just anything that has to require you being... That looks gnarly. It's a wraith stone. Oh, so that's what that is. But yeah, anything that has to do with any type of, you know, like success by sociology, I feel like women have that down packed. They're just more naturally gifted towards it because they're the only ones who actually, you know, that actually benefit from those types of interactions. They're just more naturally geared that way. You could say that they're neurologically hardwired for that sort of thing. Communication is key with most women. And I feel like we live in it's a really nice age for them to be able to excel at that. So they can easily, if they wanted to, just not have to work a government job. They could just opt out of society entirely if they wanted to. They just have to build a platform to do it. It's kind of like a time investment. But they can certainly do it. Granted, I will admit, you know, like, I don't think I'm going to get nearly as far as I can on this channel just by the mere fact that technically, I'm an anime boy on the internet. You know, like, nobody watches VTubers that are male. I mean, I myself don't watch male VTubers. To be honest, to be brutally honest, I don't watch a whole lot of male VTubers. The most male VTubers I ever watched was Kip. And I only watch Kip because I like his opinions on things. That's the only reason. Is that I like his opinions on things, and it doesn't even have to be socio-political. I just like the things that he has to say about other aspects of entertainment as well as media. That's the long and short of it. I don't watch a whole lot of other content creators that are particularly like male, especially not VTubers, because it just doesn't interest me. But yeah, outside of that though, you know, like, I feel like you have to be pulling your weight a lot harder as a male VTuber, especially in these spaces, than you do if you were a female streamer, for example. And that's mainly due to the fact that, you know, like, a lot of the things that'll help, you know, like, carry you just aren't there for men. Like, there's nothing really here for men that help them excel in terms of really, like, building a successful channel very quickly. It's much easier to build a channel when you have a really sexy anime avatar to work with, among other things, right? And that's not necessarily a knock on, like, the female side of the industry. I mean, like, I think it's fucking optimal, to be honest. I mean, like, you don't have to sell your body, you don't have to dress scantily clad, you don't even have to fucking put on makeup every day. It's gotta be king. It's gotta be prime real estate, prime living. I can't imagine a better scenario than that. I mean, like, if I was a woman, I probably wouldn't have been a streamer until VTubing became a thing, and then I realized I could be a streamer, and I could just talk ad nauseum at all times in front of a male viewing audience, and I wouldn't even need to wear makeup, or even dress like a fucking, like, amaranth. That's fucking amazing. It's truly something. But no, legitimately though, I think that, I think that definitely allows for the competitive nature, especially for men, to really shine forward, because, when things are a lot more difficult for men, they tend to strive a lot more. But if you're not someone who quickly gets into the role of doing the thing, you're gonna fall off. That's just how it is. I feel like that as much as I like to stream myself playing games and having fun playing the games that I'm playing, and as someone who just frequently plays them all the time, who just enjoys playing them, I find that it becomes increasingly hard to really like the things that I do. Not necessarily because I turned it into a job, right? Like, my problem is that I've already been there, right? Like, a lot of the love and affection that I had for games, I kind of died over the years, simply because not only have games gotten, a lot more, like, one-off, superfluous, or even just very meh over the years, especially by AAA side of things, but a lot of the things that would interest me just aren't there, right? Back in the day when I was a kid, I had a lot of things to look forward to. Like, I was a big Star Wars nerd. There was a fuck ton of Star Wars games, and there were a lot of fun ones, even if they were just kind of janky as shit. Like, it was, like, there were some fucking fun-ass Star Wars games. And then, on top of that, there were, like, real financial bangers, like Halo, like some monolithic franchises like Halo, like fucking, Doom was kind of like a Super Nintendo or NES time period level of, like, this was an era type of thing. There's been elevations to this. There was Gears of War for a time, which I didn't really care for Gears of War as a series. I also just wasn't into the, to the blood and gore and violence of the Gears of War world, and I just didn't care about the world nearly enough to have a real want or to really generate a good stake for it. I just really liked games that were RPG oriented, right? I was a very big RPG fanatic because of KOTOR, because of a lot of things. And I just find there's an increased number of projectile per shot. That might be useful. I just find that, especially nowadays, like, the thing that prevents me from really getting excited and motivated to do anything, right, is very much hyper-dependent on what it is that I'm doing. And I'm already not very excited about working, but I have to force myself to do that, right? Because, I have to make money. But it's like, I don't like working in my current job, and the streaming is great, but it takes an onus on me to actually, like, do anything, and my motivation wanes consistently, and it's hard to get me to really sit down and just be like, okay, I gotta do this thing, right? So I have that going for me. And on top of that, I do sometimes, get depressed, and I sometimes have to deal with daily issues that have nothing to do with streaming or otherwise, And again, I have to stream today because I have to take a 4-day, essentially like a 4-day hiatus, because apparently I'm scheduled for 4 days on my shift starting tomorrow. So it's like, I don't know what else to, to say or do about that, except either maybe leave a post ahead of time. But would feel kind of bad if I did that, so I just decided to, you know, to make it maybe a light stream today. Just kind of work with that. Supercharge the accelerator. I kind of want to get the supercharge. But I feel like the shotgun just looks so much better. Hit demons with every pellet from combat shotgun shots. Okay, that was something new. I don't know what that was about. As you can see, I think you could probably tell that I'm someone who likes to think about a lot of things in his spare time. And I often forget about those things in very quick succession, right? I dwell on a topic for a bit, I just let it go and continue, and then I just kind of fuck off and just let that die, and then I go on about my day and do my own thing, right? That's kind of how my brain works. Hell, I don't even remember what the hell we were talking about just a second ago that brought this all up, but I will say, because, you know, returning to an earlier point, you know, like, I do think that women definitely have a lot more options in today's world than they've ever did back in the day. Which is why I think it's always so weird that they're always pushing the envelope for what they could possibly get away with and what they could possibly do in terms of just being unironically just unsympathetic, despite the fact sympathy seems to be one of their biggest strong suits. It baffles my mind. It baffles my mind because it doesn't make sense optically. And mind you, I would never question something that does not operate off of reason. It operates more so on feeling and emotion. But I am going to question it a little bit. Like, why is it that... How is it that, right, we live in a society where there are more options than you know what to do with, if you're just willing to do them. And they can't seem to figure out what it is that they actually want to do. That's the part that always baffles me. Like, I get that Nice. I get that there's, like, a lot of trial and error and really trying to figure out what you want to do and what you want to be as a person. And I feel like, you know, women have every right to do that, right? They've been experimenting for a while now. They were just like, okay, well, men seem to be in control of, like, finances. They seem to be leading careers. They seem to be very successful at these things. Let's give these things a try, right? Since we have all of the, you know, like, the power, the freedom, and the ability to do so, right? And so they did, and they found that it's not nearly as fulfilling as they would like it to be, right? So they learned that one. So what did they do next? Well, then they decided that they were just going to do, well, the next best thing, which is that since, you know, if careers aren't going to be for me specifically, or they're not really for me in regards to every other woman, then that doesn't have, like, a very business savvy mindset. You know, like, what am I going to do? Well, some resort to streaming, which that is in itself has its own benefits. I think that when it comes to specifically, right, when it comes to VTubing, this is pretty optimal, but I think that, at least from a female-centric perspective, but I feel like that's the one thing that seems to really benefit women, or what seems to really have the highest levels of satisfaction for them, is just, weirdly enough, it's just going back to standard, right? Like, you hear a lot about how, like, oh yeah, I'm glad that I had this career, this thing that I, you know, that I enjoy, that I like doing. It's an elevator. Neat. But when you ask them, like, is it really is it really fulfilling? Is it really as good as, like, say, maybe starting a family, maybe at least maybe meeting someone, you know, and just kind of having a solid foundation, just kind of like a life outside of your professional obligations? Oh, shit. And oftentimes they'll say, well, no. Work never seems to replace that feeling. And that probably speaks to the heart of the actual matter, right? Is that's, you know, like, men can at least work with the fact that, and make concessions with the fact that we have to make compromises for the benefit of not just ourselves, but for the entire, for the entire human society, right? That we need to be the ones doing the providing, the protecting, and we just need to be doing our part, right? But women have this problem where it's like they can't really reconcile that oftentimes, and so they will choose a business-oriented career. They'll choose a life of professional, of operating under a professional capacity. But then after a while, you know, they'll start craving a life that has none of these things, and then they'll immediately devolve back to the status quo of things, which is just like, I would rather just be at home taking care of some troglodytes at the very least, or at least, you know, hanging out with someone who at least appreciates my existence and not so much as what I could do to help churn somebody else more money. I feel like that's also where a lot of the, especially a lot of the resentment comes from. Not just from women against other women, but also just for men in particular. Because we've already seen like a lot of the data that shows that a lot of the cracks in women going into the workforce, such as the, and not even talking about like wage gap shit. It's just that a lot of men take a lot of like highly profitable and highly professional, you know, like we tend to take, right, the more like the more grueling skill-based or tax, or, you know, like task, you know, like really physical hard labor, or just really tax, like just a lot of really gruff and emotionally and physically draining shit, right? Even if that means like having to do it on the daily. Like, we'll do it because if it means we get like this and this amount of money out of it, right? We'll do it. If we can make 6 figures, we'll fucking do it. But the honest truth, of course, is that women could do these things, but oftentimes they end up either not getting the positions, or they just don't. What the fuck were you guys, and why the fuck? I don't understand these Sentinels, man. And Doom 2016 and Eternal, right? These guys seemed interesting and cool. And every single time I've seen them in this game, I feel like, man, what have you guys been doing? What have you guys been contributing to the war effort? I feel like I'm the only one out here doing shit. Anyways, that was a bit of a side tangent of a side tangent. The overall thing that I'm noticing is that, you know, like, not only is data showing, right, that they don't want to take the high-paying jobs because it's more grueling and it's more mentally and physically taxing. They oftentimes, right, they don't, when it comes to the question of, like, should they ever, you know, get a raise, they don't ever ask for it. They don't feel comfortable about asking for it. Whereas a guy is more than likely going to ask for a raise because they feel like they need the money, and that they would get a lot more out of their, not just their position, but also just out of, you know, like, it would incentivize them to continue to work, because that's just naturally how these things should go, is that, you know, like, if you work for a company for a long time, you should be deserving of a raise. Now, depending on where you work, they probably won't even give you the option for a raise, but they'll allow you to, you know, like, to get, like, you know, higher positions, right? They'll have positions open in the company for you to elevate yourself, right? At least in theory. So if you wanted more money, if you wanted to be paid more, you know, like, there are options for that. And no matter what it is, you know, men will often, they will pursue the money. whereas women just don't.
No signs of the demons, Thera.
We won't have much time. The Ancestrals never really die. The heart endures. We harvest the energy.
Are we upgrading the shield? Nice scar.
Svara. Nim unvek. Anme. Veseque. Svara. Nim unvek. Anme. Veseque.
It was a heart. I figured as much. Let's see how YouTube's looking while I'm watching this cutscene. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently, keyframes are in. What?
They're here, falling back. We'll meet you at the exit.
I'm not sure how to fix that. Maybe I should... Let me put it to... Oh, well, I can't put it to ultra latency now. It was set to low latency on the YouTube end of things, and it's set to low, ultra low on OBS side of things, but we seem to be having a problem. Keyframes, drop frames. I'm not sure what to make of that. Is it possible that the YouTube side of things, because I know YouTube has been, it will show me prompts for things to set up streams on its end, and it's kind of bugs me that it does that. I might have ended up changing or creating some weird alternate settings that might be in conflict with OBS or something. I have no idea. I'll have to figure that out at some point. Maybe I need to wake up a little bit more. Drink some gamer subs. That'll help. I guess to kind of get away from the more heavier topics, I am someone who has drinking his fair share of energy drinks, and I can definitely say that gamer subs is a nice alternative for if you need a nice light boost to your day. I definitely think Badger has the right of it when he was saying that gamer subs is probably the best way to kind of maintain your energy levels. It's also keto friendly, if that matters to anyone. But Oh boy. Yeah, I forgot it does that. It's more likely to just really zoom out. You get to really see the true makeup of my model. Hey, hey. I'm gonna look away when I do it, I guess. I could try also going with a bit of a rebranding. I know that the model artists, the last time I talked to them, they were very much interested in maybe like wanting to add more supports and widgets for me, but I was at the time I was definitely adamant about the idea that I wasn't going to be streaming, as funny as that sounds. But oh boy, look at what I'm doing. Gee. So yeah, I definitely could be. I think I could get back in contact with that model artist and maybe consider, commissioning some, maybe like some new widgets and stream overlays and whatever have you. But I also probably could maybe consider getting like a new model. Like I'm not sure if people like or hate this model. I haven't heard any criticisms about it. The most I've had is one scathing comment about like, oh wow, someone is actually reacting to a live discussion between like when I was reacting to the Slavage, what was it, Sazak and the Jordan Peterson debate video that one time, as was recommended by a viewer. I ended up right. There was a comment in there where it's just like, oh yeah, it's cool that someone is reacting to a debate, but then they saw the anime avatar and was just like, oh, well, like that's... then I realized the cringe anime avatar was there, and I'm just like, nah, I'd rather not. And it's like, well, I mean, okay, you do you, I guess. I think I might have mentioned this in another video, too. At any rate, what was I going to say about that? Oh yeah, I was going to mention that I thought about I've never really heard any, like, real negatives or positives about the model. I personally don't mind the model. I like the model. The only thing I would change about it is the medallion, because the wolf medallion is not the kind of wolf medallion that I wanted, but by that point it was already past the point of no return, so I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll just keep it. So I can definitely go back, maybe get a new model as well. I've certainly thought about it a couple of times, but I'm just like, maybe if I actually turn this into something, maybe I'll actually genuinely consider doing something like that. But for my purposes, this model suits me just fine. But yeah, at any rate, it always baffles me, though. Getting back to the other topic, it does baffle me how, like, despite the fact that women have the freedom to do just literally about anything and everything they could ever want, like, and even many people, including Jordan Peterson, the aforementioned Jordan Peterson himself, has also said in a few of his debates, like, you give people the freedom to do anything, they'll just end up doing the stuff that they've always been doing, right? They don't really choose to break the mold too much. They just go with whatever suits them. And if you tell someone that they have the freedom to do anything, that just tells them, like, okay, so then I can just do the thing that I've always wanted to do, which is this thing. They just immediately default to wanting to do the thing that they've always wanted to do. And for guys, they'll probably default to doing something that's either really challenging or really fulfilling to them at the time. Like, oh, I want to be a police officer. I want to be a doctor. I would like to be an astronaut. You give a guy the ability to become or do anything, and the means to succeed at that. They'll just default to doing like fulfilling childlike dreams of grandeur, right? And I feel like women might think about doing not necessarily the same thing. What they end up usually doing is just they resort to doing the things that they've been doing, right? such as, like going into becoming beauticians or becoming hair salonists, among other things, right? They just or they go into nursery, or just healthcare work. They usually just default to the things that they already do in excess, right? So it just seems natural for most people, right, to just just assume, right, that if you give people the ability to do literally anything or become anyone, they're just going to immediately default to the things that have always worked and have always worked for them. And if, being a nurse or being someone who's at least sociable or is at least, conscientious enough to be able to, like be sympathetic, be empathetic for people who need it, as well as just, understanding the difference between this foundation and that foundation, like it stands to reason, right? You might want to pursue a career around those types of things, especially if you use those things yourself. It's not that the reason why women don't want to go into STEM is entirely because of like, oh, well, STEM is just not functional for women. Like, women can't get into STEM because, STEM is just such a hard thing to get into. It's not necessarily because of that. What's really preventing women from getting into STEM is that no one really gives a shit about STEM. Nobody wants to work in STEM. I don't even, and speaking as for me, myself personally, I don't even know what STEM even is fully to really be able to comment on it. But people often use it as like a foundation or sign as to, we have yet to achieve true progressivism because we don't have enough women in STEM. And it's like, how is this the bar? Like, what is this even? Like, I've often thought about like sitting down and looking at it, but all I remember when I last looked at it was like, it was some type of research involving like cells and in regards to like cancer research, among other things, I think. I don't know, don't quote me on that. But it just boggles my mind, right? That something that's more like scientifically thought-inducing would be a thing that women would want to get into, because I don't think women inherently like to do these types of things. In fact, I think it's more taxing for women to actually think about things longer than is reasonably necessary. Like, especially since they're more emotionally invested in things. Like, I feel like women gravitate towards a topic or a situation more so emotionally, and will have a longer lasting effect in that regard if it's more emotionally gripping to them than it is if it's just like this interesting key piece of information or just like data logs of like things that just, you find just interesting to look at, right? Guys can look at some like a piece of information or a learning process and they can be like, oh, this is fun, this is kind of fascinating, and they might develop a sense of idea or belonging or even a career around it, right? Women can look at the same thing, and unless it was something like what? Let's think of an example. Like, unless it was something like, oh, well, my father used to be a STEM researcher, and he often showed me his notes on how he did research and what kind of tools he used, among other things, and so as a result, I want to get into STEM because that was my reason, that was my introduction to wanting to be a STEM researcher type of thing, right? Maybe that's usually how, I think, for most women, that might be how it starts. Like, not necessarily for STEM specifically, but for a lot of women who end up pursuing a lot of different careers. It's like, oh, well, my dad or my mom was like really good at doing this thing. They showed me how to do this thing. They often talked about, doing this job and this thing, and they've had a lot of, and if they really liked it, they'll start to have a higher opinion of it, right? If they enjoyed it or if they found some type of sense of fulfillment from doing it, that's where their mind is going to think to themselves, there is a positive association with this, I might want to do this in the future, right? That's kind of how I think that's mostly how women tend to approach most jobs and tend to approach most career-driven, like, sort of pursuits. Is that oftentimes, like, there's a greater motivation behind wanting to pursue the career outside of just the career itself. Anyways, I'm getting a little lost in the sauce, though. I just find it very weird that this is the kind of, like, despite, again, we're going to put a nice little bow on it, like, it's just funny how the more things change, the more things tend to stay the same. Nothing really ever changes. It's always just goes back to where we all started. Like a big circle. Or maybe it's more so like the Ouroboros serpent that slowly eats itself alive. I don't know at this point. You may now select your active shield rune on this tab as well as a preview of upgrades. Oh, so this is where we finally unlock this. Although I don't think I have any points to unlock anything. Ground Fissure. Summon a ground-splitting fissure that travels in front of you, damaging and faltering enemies in its path. It's already equipped too. Alright. Oh. We're getting into it immediately. Testing it out. Damn. That's actually really significant. That does a lot. No. I should just use the quick menu. Oh. We're doing one of these. How did you miss? Maybe I should go back to doing topical streams. Maybe if I do something that's a bit more laid back on top of gaming, maybe that'll help. If I could just find a way to balance it. Nothing really too political, just something that's, more relevant, right? Something that's relevant to what's going on in the wider scope of the world. Maybe, perhaps. Really? There we go. Give me that heart. Alright. I love maximum ammo increases. Chapter complete. Found the Wraith Stone. Got the Demonic Essence. Anyways. I missed a data entry, but that's fine. I can live with that. Alright, the Forsaken Plains is the next stop. Ugh. It's almost been 2 hours at this point. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I feel like that a lot of problems today result in just a lot of things just not working out. I feel like that people have taken too many, have changed too much, or have taken too many strides and wanting to like change or even fuck around with a few things, and then just finding out that it just doesn't really work out that way. In particular, I'm very annoyed with the discourse online, but like that's a subject that I've already covered ad nauseum in this video. I think one thing that is kind of fascinating to sort of discuss, if I can remember it now, because I just thought of it in my head, and I was even talking about it yesterday. What was it? I can't remember it now. It might come to me in a bit. Yeah, I'm not too sure anymore. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Yeah, I don't even remember now. Maybe instead of playing Doom, I should just be talking about things that seem poignant to talk about at the current juncture and moment. I have no idea. I don't really have anybody watching right now, so I certainly have the ability to do that. Stream is healthy, stream is excellent. You weren't saying that a while ago. Nope, I haven't had a single viewer yet. Good to know, good to know. Well, I know that the VODs do better on YouTube than really the streams do. So I can at least maybe count on that fact, but as for right now. The main reason why I don't like talking about, well, specifically things involving politics, right? Too much is because politics tends to get in the way of a lot of things, right? The reason why I've been a bit apprehensive about wanting to cover political topics like I used to is mainly due to the fact that a lot of things get muddled. And, at the time I was thinking to myself, I don't want to be a heavily political channel, right? Like, I don't want to be like the Kirsche of male VTubers, or at least the Alex Jones of male VTubers, because that's what she's often referred to as. And I certainly don't want to be like a very hyper socio-political streamer, like something on the lines of like Asmongold or some other, or even Nux Taku, who's getting into it right now. I just want to play games and enjoy them, right? It's kind of why I started a channel, but I know that those are the kind of things that seem to be succeeding a lot, and even with myself, like I find that I got a lot more traction because of my shoe on head videos, and they were just small reaction videos to the content, right? They weren't like, they weren't really like small reactions. Like they were more so just like they were two videos. One of them did really well, the other one not so much. But if for the purposes of how my content's been getting views as of recent, like it certainly has done far more than most of my other content. And so naturally, right, it seems like a good idea to maybe go back to doing that, right? Maybe just do it enough times, maybe then get some traction on the platform, and then maybe consider, right, doing more like gamer-based streams, because then at least I'll have an audience that I can really pull from to do this kind of thing, right? I thought about that. I thought about doing that, but the main reason why I haven't done that is simply because I just haven't. I felt like if I do that, I'll just become a primary like political streamer, and I don't want to do that. I certainly don't want to give people the idea that that's the kind of content I want to do either. But I'm noticing, especially nowadays, right, that as much as people would like to avoid the politics seem to be, like people. How do I put this? People aren't interested in politics, but politics are certainly interested in you. It's the same that I've been seeing being floated around here and there for a good while, and I think that that's pretty apt at this point, because I feel like, especially with the left, right, the political left, they have been losing a lot of ground because they have utterly fucked the country. Like, it doesn't matter if you even believe that or not. It's just the general consensus of the thing, right? Like, you can believe, say, or even try to cope and see as much as you want. Like, at the end of the day, ideologically speaking and politically speaking, you have lost the plot. You have utterly failed. And people have chosen an Oompa Loompa to be at the head of the country rather than, someone that you would rather be in charge of the country instead, like Kamala Harris. This is like the second time in a row now you could have had a female president, and you've utterly screwed the pooch, so to speak. And it would have been very easy to do this, right? Just give the people what they want. Just give the people what they've always wanted. Like, just stop making concessions on behalf of billions of trillions of dollar corporations. Stop feeding into this mindset that there's a secret cabal of a bunch of old farts in Congress basically making demands and making decisions on behalf of the entire nation, among other things, right? Like, stop feeding into the mindset that the power of the government is very alien to the concept of benefiting its own people, and actually bother, kind of giving a shit about the people, right? You would think that, but that is not what, that's not what happened. Instead, they immediately devolved to doing the stupid shit that they've always done, right? They've relied on Hollywood celebrities. They've relied on, like, elitist propaganda. They relied on, like, stupid ideas that have no grounding or merit in any capacity. They chose whimsical notions on how the world should be viewed and how it should be changed, and made no actual plans or initiatives to actually accomplish any of the things that they said that they were going to do or even set out to do. And that's the part that always pisses me off, is that you want me to vote for you, and if your idea of me voting for you is I'm going to change the country, great. How are you going to do that? By having a bunch of well-meaning and genuinely kind-hearted advice and making great decisions around, forwarding this goal. And it's like, okay, but how do you plan to do this? Are you going to do this by do you have like a plan? Do you maybe have like something that you could offer to like the companies who are probably like benefiting from certain things? And it's just like, no. I'm just gonna rely entirely on emotional appeal rather than actually bother to put some real effort into changing the country itself. And it's like, that's not really a goal, is it? And that's kind of what they were doing at the end of the day. Like, maybe they could have had a goal, they could have had a game plan for how they could approach these types of things, but at the end of the day, right? They fucked it. They fucked it because they put more priority on emotional sort of appealing on the emotional appeal rather than the the logical one. And you're not going to get very far if your emotional appeal isn't based off of an idea of reason or logic. It's got to be well-meaning at least. And they had a well-meaning initially, right? But they lost well-meaning over time, especially when a lot of contradictory things started popping up all over the place. And a lot of the things that they say and a lot of things that they do don't really translate well in reality. And so they often kind of just look like hypocrites. The point being, of course, is that, like, regardless of how you feel about the political state of things, like, people just stopped giving a shit. And so they chose a guy that they thought would be at least a far better, likely to do at least something that's going to at least be beneficial to the country than a fucking bunch of old fogies, a bunch of literal zombies in office. And honestly, we're at a point, right? We're at a point in our time, in our nation's time, and in the current state of things, right, where a lot of people have this notion, right? A lot of old people have this notion, right, that things somehow are just fine when they're not. And even when they see the problems, they don't actually recognize the problems. Like, they just see the surface level of the problem. They're just like, oh, man, our birth rates are down. How do we fix that? We gotta get people to stop staying out at their houses playing them video games and go out there, find jobs, and find women that will actually love and appreciate them. Like, they need to grow the fuck up, so to speak. And it's like, okay. In that case, make it affordable. Make it affordable to actually earn a fucking living in this godforsaken country that you yourself helped to propagate. Do it. Do it. Go make getting a job and earning any type of wage actually livable. Make it hospitable. Make this country actually make sense. And maybe I'll actually give a shit about your garbage ass opinion. A lot of the problems, especially when it comes to men, right? Because speaking as a guy in America, the biggest problem, right, in this first world country, I've used quotations specifically because I feel like we're not even living in a first world country anymore. A friend of mine was even questioning that just yesterday. Just like, do we really live in a first world country, or is this like a first world country in a dystopian third world country? It's there were some questions about this, and even I was asking myself some questions about this, like a little prior to this. It's just like, are we really living in a first world country where you can't even make ends meet without having to make sure that you're at least paying the bills, on the daily, and just making sure that you at least have enough money to get some food on the table, and then just have barely enough to pay those bills. Like, is that really living? Is that really living when just the bare minimum of what you need to do in order to survive is just enough for you to just exist? Is that really living? I mean, again, I know a guy who has to work 2 jobs just to make ends meet, right? And he's got, like, a kid on the way and everything. And granted, I don't think he's not in nearly the same level of financial strait that he was when prior to anything else. I think that he's actually doing a little better for himself. Oh, wow, I sound a little muffled in that. Anyways, I just think it's a weird problem that we have as a society and as a country when the general working class, right, which is typically men, right, they don't have any real means to excel. And the only means they have to excel is just like, well, they just have to get raises and they have to just, like, and if they can't get raises, they just have to take on more responsibilities. And it's like, but why do you want to take on more responsibilities if taking on more responsibilities doesn't also guarantee that you have, the ability to make a savings, right? You don't have the ability to make more money, really. Like, what do you get for basically graduating from being like a bottom shelf worker, like, so just like a guy, like, let's say for example, because I work in retail, like going from like being a cashier or just a general courtesy clerk, right? You go from that to then being like maybe like a team lead, like a VP, or like a second to a manager, right? Like, you're basically like the lieutenant. And what's the point of getting further and further elevating yourself in position and rank if the most you're getting out of it is like a $5 difference? If you're only getting like a $5 difference, that's not really a whole lot. Like, I, for one, would not want to be in the position of having to hurdle or corral a bunch of people and trying to manage them while also managing the store, among other things, right? And, like, God knows what other things you're probably responsible for. And taking customer complaints, I know, is probably one of them. But it's like, I can't imagine being in that position and having to deal with all of these things and only making like maybe like $10 more than the other associates you happen to be working with. It's like, that's gotta be really stupid. Mind you, this wouldn't be such a big deal, right? If the bare minimum of the amounts of money you're making is at least like it's effective, right? It helps with living expenses, and it doesn't. Like, you can't really save money with the kind of rates you're making at a store like the one that I work at. I mean, like, you're basically making minimum wage, and that's where the baseline pay starts from, and then it slowly elevates from there. You could work in corporate, but again, why do I want to work for a company that doesn't actually care about me? A lot of the problems with younger generations that we're starting to notice more and more as time goes on is that we often don't really want to work a meaningless job for people who frankly don't really give a shit about the people around them. Like, we don't want to work a job that we hate to buy shit we don't need just for the sole purposes of basically giving a lot more money and resources to someone who frankly has more than enough than he knows what to do with, right? And that's what a lot of the problems stem, is that there's a lot of wealth to be had, but not a whole lot of it gets spread around. And so we have a lot of people who are essentially working jobs that aren't fulfilling, and are certainly not financially lucrative enough to want to stick around with for very long. And so they'll often move on to go chase other jobs. It's why a lot of employee retention is so fucking garbage in some places, especially in retail. It's awful. But they don't want to put in the effort to actually make sure that the people who actually, check you out and make sure that you get your ducks in a line. Nobody wants to actually spend any amounts of time or money to actually make sure that they have all of the benefits and things that they need in order to make sure that this one particular job is functioning, and it's probably one of the more important things for a society like ours. Like, yeah, we need to spend more money on a lot of different things in society and culture that are just as important. I can definitely agree with that. But not a whole lot of places like have self-automating checkout areas. Like, they don't have like just like self-checkout stations in every store. Walmart has them. Some places are starting to get them, but especially like mom and pop shops, like not a whole lot of those places really have those. They rely entirely on manned cashiers, and the pay and the hourly rates that they get there are just as pittance, right? It's just not worth it. I'm kind of getting a little too engrossed in boring topics here, but overall, I just think it kind of sucks. I think a lot of these things just kind of suck. Anyways, that's kind of where my headspace has been. Hell. Just hell.
I can help you target her location. And the Slayers, using the tether. Yes, that would be most useful.
No harm must come to her. She is the heart of Argent.
Huh?
Then why didn't she use her sorcery against us?
The true scope of that human's power is unknown to her. The ceremony, it must take place in my world.
Of course.
The heart is found. Now give to me what is owed. Return our god to us.
Close the gate.
So let me get this straight. Vega is on this world? Is in hell? He's been here the whole time? Is that what I'm learning? Because if she's working for the Khan and the Makers, right? Then that means that when she refers to a god, there can only be one thing that she's referring to.
Azric's fortress. Look out for damaged Atlands. You may have to repair one to reach the target.
She's referring to Vega, who is apparently the AI remnant of God's consciousness. Which is fucking weird. But if this is where Vega came from, that certainly explains some of the weirder details about Doom Eternal that likely got overshadowed. Mind you, I've only played like a little bit of the Doom Eternal Ancient Gods DLC. Most of the stuff that I've seen was stuff from like Maxor video about the game, as well as a few other places. But yeah, maybe I'll have to make more topical videos. I kind of don't want to. Again, the main reason why I don't want to make like too politically driven videos is because I just don't want to draw that level of attention to myself. I also just don't really think of myself as a very politically savvy individual. Like, I will comment on topics and I'll have a take on it generally, but more often than not, I wouldn't know a whole lot to really be able to comment on certain types of situations. And so I just don't want to be like the guy that people go to when it comes to their political hot takes, right? I just don't think of myself as being that particularly savvy about certain topics and political issues. Oh. Oh, now we got the rocket launcher. Takes place with a grenade launcher, I'm sure. Projectiles that explode and deal heavy damage on contact. Is the second of the launcher class of guns. Press F. Yeah. Ugh. Sorry about that. You know, I forgot that my headset isn't even connected to my laptop. For a second there, I'm like, oh, I'll try to mute myself before I sneeze, but I ended up sneezing anyways. I do apologize for that, though. That's it? Alright. But yeah, I guess I can definitely make some more... like, more topical related videos. Like, maybe instead of, like, making videos specifically about political matters, I'll just focus on more, like, socio-political things, because that's more of my range of topics. You know, like, it's more so around drama, which, unironically, is my least favorite subject. I don't like drama. And that's probably why I probably would be best at it, right? Is because I don't like drama because it draws out one too many issues.
Alert. 2 hell cannons detected.
It's too emotionally driven to really want to comment on them aptly, or to at least want to actually develop a true approach to wanting to comment on them. I also just find that certain behaviors to be abhorrent as shit. And so I get pissed off more so than I find a real enjoyment or entertainment out of it. Oh, that is satisfying. I miss those kind of executions after not seeing them for a bit.
After you take those out, we'll be clear to get one of those Atlins working again.
Updating markers.
I suppose on another note, though, that me and my friends, me and a couple of friends of mine have been playing the new Helldivers update recently. It was kind of the weirdest thing that I wasn't expecting to happen. You know, a lot of my friends, when they first played Helldivers, they were just like, okay, this seems fun, but this seems to be about the extent of it, right? And they just kind of fucked off. I kind of went back to it a little bit afterwards, but then I was like, I don't want to play with randoms, and I certainly don't want to play by myself, so I just kind of, you know, dropped it as well. But we recently got into the new update because we had nothing else to do. And the new update is certainly interesting. It also added a lot more content and also added more to the weapons. Like, they now have attachments and stuff. There's also more like pattern customizations for them now. You can change the way that they look color-wise, as well as just palette-wise. There's some new additives there. The guns also feel better. They feel good to use to a certain extent. I haven't tried out every gun, but the ones that I was using were at least fun. The new enemy variant that they added to the game is also equally as fascinating because they're kind of like hell divers in the sense that they can actually call stratagems of their own, among other things. So it adds a more variety to the gameplay, certainly. He's not dead. I just feel like that the game suffers from, like, as much as it is like a community-driven story, the Helldivers scenarios and updates, I feel like that Helldivers suffers from a lack of real, clear, narrative-driven type of storytelling. And mind you, I don't necessarily see, like, a community-based story, like, you know, like, something that, like, give the community an objective and have them work towards it is necessarily a bad thing, but there isn't really a clear hook to the game yet, which is where I feel like it mostly suffers. Like, I feel like that if there was actually a personal objective on behalf of the on behalf of the player to really, you know, like, do something more than just continuously and mindlessly just get dumped on a planet, try to survive on the planet, and then do X, Y, and Z before having to extract, it would certainly make the monotony of the gameplay feel a lot better. At least just like at least just on a more of like fundamentally speaking. Like, again, you know, like, if there was a goal in mind for the players specifically, that would certainly help to go a long ways. Like, I'm not saying that they need to add, like, an entire storyline to the game, but what I am saying is that, you know, a lot of stories understand the idea of what it means to actually have, like, a bit of a hook for the, not just, like, the main character of a story, but also for the person who's reading the story, right? Like, here's an example. A lot of games back in the day used to have, like, damsels in distress, as well as in other forms of writings and media, as a means of, like, conveying, like, a sort of, like, a need or a sense of purpose to continue on with a story, or to kind of, like, you know, just as, like, a general hook, and as a general means for people to be just, you know, invested in the story, right? Like, well, Mario, your princess is in a castle, has been abducted by fucking Bowser. You need to go save her for the upteenth time. The only reason why that storyline works so well is because it's effective, right? It's a very effective hook. Not necessarily the bit where it's just like, oh, your princess is in another castle, Mario. You have to go to that castle in order to save her. I mean, that's not exactly the greatest hook. But I do think that if you really wanted to get players invested in a story or in a particular type of content that you're trying to, you know, you're trying to feed them, you know, giving them a proper motivation and hook certainly helps with whole, you know, helps a lot in that goal. Making Super Earth, like, potentially being threatened and being invaded by the new alien, faction, and also having a realistic sort of like storyline about the potential, like, doomsday for Super Earth is actually a really compelling and interesting idea. I think that's a pretty sufficient hook. It's just that they haven't put that much emphasis on it, I feel. The main problem... Oh, that works. Oh, no, it doesn't. Damn it. What's the best way to describe this? I feel like that people might have a bit more of an investment in the story to want to stick with the game and want to, because it definitely has driven up a lot of numbers since its, you know, like, since its announcement and update release. But I think one of the ways that it could probably improve in getting more people invested would be to just focus on trying to give them a hook that certainly... Damn it. There we go. I'm kind of getting lost in the sauce here, but overall, we'll like to see Helldivers improve. And I just feel like that making the gameplay loop, the already pre-existing gameplay loop, have something a bit more like meaningful and something that's a little bit beyond the go here, activate these, go retrieve this intel, go evacuate these civilians, go do this and that here. It gets a little bit too repetitive at times, and I feel like that if there was an actual narrative crux or reason for why you're there, outside of just like, because it helps with the war effort, it might incentivize more people to play it, because it would hint that there's actually an overarching, there might be an underlying story being told here. Like, you don't just want to feel your contributions for the war efforts being done, you actually want to see it, right? And I feel like they have yet to really show us the like the real depths of our contributions outside of just like a little bit of a few blips here and there of like, you've increased this amount of percentage on completing the overturning of the invasion on this planet, you know? Distance Grand Fisher travels is increased. Well, you know, that's just my opinion on that. But yeah, you know, given the right topic, I can definitely yap for hours if I wanted to. It's just, it really depends on the topic. Especially if it's one that I'm very familiar with, like, and I actually have some basis in really being able to think about and pull from because I have experience in it or otherwise. Like, I think that it helps a lot. I just gotta choose my topics. And I'm about to fucking die for once. Yep, I just died. The one time I actually died, ladies and gentlemen, outside of the beginning areas. I would appreciate it if you blew him up. Thank you. I'm coming for you. Ah, come on. I hate it when my mouse does that. Sometimes it'll do that. It'll just suddenly fly in a random direction. I don't know why it does that. I've never had that problem with any other mouse before. It does that randomly too. Oh, this motherfucker. Okay, where is he? There he is. Sweet, I need an armor increase, definitely. I always go for those. There we go.
Hellfire core identified.
Everyone's gone.
Destroy it to disable the cannon.
But yeah, my biggest hurdle and problem with talking and yapping basically is just that I often can yap in circles. Especially when I'm not actively paying attention to what I'm actually saying. Sometimes I'll just talk in circles. It kind of becomes a problem. No, there's a weapon skin in there. How do I possibly get in there? It looks like I'm kind of just stuck here until I do something, so I guess I'll go ahead and focus on that. Probably in this temple here.
Updating local map.
Nice.
One hell cannon remains.
Well, now I'm able to leave, and I see a ruby. Go collect that. But first I'll go collect this weapon skin over here. Oh, sweet. A weapon skin for... That's not it. This gun. Neato. Alright. And you know, since I am doing streams now, it means that when I do actually bother to talk about certain issues, I can have like a real-time audience who would be there to want to see me cover these topics, and then they can contribute to the conversation. So in a way, this only can go up from here in terms of that. Ay, ay, ay. But yeah, if there's anybody who wants to see me cover a particular topic, maybe it could be VTuber related, it could be something a bit more about like the current state of affairs when it comes to either like dating, it could be something about like more economically driven, even though I'm not really much of an economist myself. Though I do feel like especially when it comes to like, you know, the kind of trials and tribulations that at least young men have to go through, I feel like I'm pretty good. I could probably aptly cover that a little bit more. I certainly at least have more of an excuse to cover that than really comment on anything else. What I will say, though, is that I would never really claim to be a professional in really most of anything. The most you're going to get is just, like, some pretty, if not mild, then maybe some average or base takes around any specific issue. I'm not going to have anything too hypercritical to say. The most I'm really going to tell you is that this happens because of XYZ, and this is how I know this, right? It's basically gonna be it. It's no different from other reaction content, to be honest. I feel like most reactors tend to do the same thing, right? They just comment on a thing, and they give their own 2 cents on that thing. And sometimes just like I mean, to be fair, like the main reason why people even watch react content is because they just like to feel validated having a similar opinion. As the person who is reacting to the content. I need to find a key. Which I already know where it is. It's just a question of how do I get to it now. No, I could just jump up there. Nice. Oh, it's armored, is it? That's new. Actually, is that new? I think I saw that earlier, too. My character can't make sense if it's falling or not. Ow. Oh boy. There we go. Of course. How do I get up there? Really? I'm not having a good time. Okay. Can we please switch? There we go. That's what I really needed. God damn it. Well, I'm not gonna be able to reach that, or maybe I will. Get you out of the way. Okay, where's the big guy? Because he's becoming a severe pain in my ass. I see him. Just miniguns galore around here. Damn it. I died again. Give me that. Well, things are certainly upping in difficulty, I'll give it that. At least this way I won't feel like I'm committed to actually playing a game series too, I guess, when I think about it logically as well. This way I'll just be free to just play whatever, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of weighing the options to myself still about whether or not I even want
All
to
Hellcats destroyed.
make video content around making more topical issues, or more topical issues. I just don't know.
There's a power core nearby that still holds a charge. You can use it to get the other Atlan online.
I feel like I should just do it for views, but I still have yet to get that key. Damn it! How do I get that key? So many places where a key would make everything just so much easier. Wait, did I really miss this? Oh, I can't even collect it. I didn't go through the portal. Maybe that's where I need to go. Now where am I? Oh, I'm just back here. Oh. Hi there. Oh, this is where I was earlier. don't think I can block that, can I? Maybe. Okay. Okay. We're good. We're all good here. What the hell? That's funny that it has a weird physic to it. Oh. Well, there's the key. Nice. Okay, now there's several doors we can open with this, thankfully. Oh, wonderful. Damn it, about to sneeze again. This guy. Alright. Little dicey. Alright, new upgrades. Okay. I didn't get any health out of that, even though I meleeed him. Critical health, you don't say. Alright. Oh boy. Okay. Nothing else around here. Okay. A new codex entry. Oh, for Prince Azrak, too. Born in the shadowed pits of Hell's blackest citadel, Azrak grew not in sinew, but in dread knowledge gleaned from dark priests. While demonkind cowered before the one known as the Doomslayer, the young prince stood before the Elder Council, his voice ringing with ambition. By ancient blood oath, the hordes became his to command. Now Azrak consorts with a witch, a pale sorceress from realms beyond starlight, forging an unholy alliance between their realms. Interesting. Which is just makers. It is interesting, though, that despite the fact that he didn't know what the demons were before the Doomslayer showed up, question mark? They do seem to have this idea, right? That, at the very least, their god is in the hands of these people, which is, I don't know how they came about to know this knowledge, but I also wonder, like, how did Hell even get a hold of their god in the first place? How did Vega get in the hands of these people? With shield throw empowering your next shield charge allows you to deal increased damage. That might be useful. The duration of shock applied by the cycler is increased. It might be nice to go back to fists at some point, but I do like the flail a lot right now, so I think I'll stick with it. Anything that gives me more armor is usually what I like to go. I'm not exactly sure how this charges it, though. I'm not even seeing an indicator in the menu thing that it pops up to show that. I guess it's a weird blink, but that's about it. I'm gonna get it anyways, but... Let's see... First time back in Hell since a while, man. It looks just as dilapidated as it was before. Interesting. Okay. Alright, got the treasures from that. There's an extra life over here. Does it need to notify me every time I approach one? Okay, is it stuck? What's this problem? And it's dead. What's this?
Energy level stable at 92%.
92, you say? This is like the puzzle in, what was it, Doom Eternal, where we had to use one of these cannons to, on the giants to blow a hole into something. And you know what? It's looking more than likely. Okay. Oh. Nope. Is there anything I want to spend the Wraithstone on? I kind of want to focus on Overload, but... maybe I will. Cause overload or heat blast damage to demons with the plasma rifle accelerator. So every weapon's just gonna have a mastery challenge. Interesting. Frickin' tank. And there's another one. Yay! That's it? Okay. I won't question it. Not in the slightest. Did I literally miss that? I hope I didn't. That'd just be embarrassed. Oh, that was it? Okay. Got all the gold, we got... Oh, I didn't get the demonic essence of ammo? I must have missed them. Damn, because I really like having more ammo. I guess if there's ever a reason to replay a level, it'll be for that. Oh. All right. Chapter 11, but I think I'll just cut it there. For now. Let's see, we're almost at the 3-hour mark. I don't know if I want to cut it here. I think it could go on for a little longer, but I'm not sure what else I would do. Other than maybe go and, I guess, just maybe react to some content. I don't see why not. I could probably change the title of the stream to something along that line too. Well, I'm at it. Let's see. Yeah, let's just go ahead and quit. Alright. Or I could just sit here and yap for another hour. You know I have it in me. Let's see. You know, before I pop that up, right? Yeah, probably best just to make sure that nothing of note pops up when I turn on my Opera GX browser, because you never know. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was reacting. Not reacting. I was watching a Phase Connect thing earlier. Switch. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, otherwise, I have no idea what I should react to at the moment. Let's see here. Because on one hand, right, I can react to something. Stream settings. Is it in here? It's not in here. But yeah, I could react to something. I'm not sure what just yet. Let's see, it might be better to have something in mind. It's only an hour. I probably only have enough time to maybe react to something within that hour. Let me see here. God, that one was a year ago. Battlefront 3 hype is working. A Titanic new Warhammer animation. Interesting now, my recommendeds are almost looking no different than my actual recommendeds. Only there is a significantly less VTubers in here than there usually would be. Let me see. The Dream Star Wars game? What is IGN cooking? The Why is this 90% of political content on YouTube? Uh, you know, I never reacted to anything too. Hmm. I don't know. Should I watch this? Maybe I could watch this. I don't know. No, it's only 48 seconds though. Never mind. That wouldn't be much of a reaction. Giga exposes her demographics and it feels personal. I don't watch a whole lot of Giga. So, what's great about Giga? Does anybody know? I'm pretty sure someone's gonna tell me. Later, anyways. Orcs are important. I don't know why. PC features trailer, PC games. The darkest choice. Hmm. Who is worse? I feel like, right? I probably shouldn't react to another shoe on head video. Like, I mean, it's easy, right? It's like, I could react to another shoe on head video. Clearly, I get metrics if I react to a shoe on a head video. And while I don't mind Shoe on Head as a content creator, and I certainly agree with most of the things that she's ever had to say about anything, I don't know if that would perform, if that would be what people would actually want to see. I don't want to be just like the Shoe on Head Andy, right? What's this? Just completed my 2-hour call. More about the Ukraine situation. Hmm. You know, I've never actually reacted to a Bricky video before. Maybe I should start doing that. I do like Warhammer stuff. Though I do think in retrospect, some of my Warhammer takes are not so great. At least in regards to some of the things that I've said about it. Like, now that I know more about it, right? You know, there are just some things that aren't going to really age well, but I hope I prefaced I prefaced the things that I've ever said enough times to where it's like, it doesn't need to be a big deal. The classic edition. Maybe I will look it up. Let's see.
Today's video is sponsored by this.
It's not. Okay, this ridiculous dice check. Breaking episode 2. You know, this is like an hour and 2. Like 2 hours. Hmm. 8 months ago, 100 hours in. Do I really want to dedicate, like, maybe potentially 4 to 5 hours? I'm kidding. That's probably where we'll end up, is that I'll end up spending more time reacting to a Bricky video than I will playing a goddamn video game. If I were to choose this. Let's see. It has been a sufficient amount of time, so if I wanted to react to it, this would be a perfect time to do it. You know what? It's 6 o'clock. I don't have anything else to do at the moment, except maybe hang out with some friends. You know what? Fuck it. We'll ball. We'll ball. Let's just do it. All right. And we'll now officially change the title. Doom plus Ricky's new 40K actions explained. Yes, I'm sorry. Re-explained. Oh no, I spelled Bricky's name wrong in the title. Okay.
In the kind brightness of the far past.
Okay, please pause. Thank you. All right. All right, and you know what? I'll go ahead and just let's see. I'll try and find the video on my end too, so I can link it. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm looking up the video on my other PC where I have it streamed right now. YouTube. Yes. Go to YouTube. And then there we go. There's the original one, but here's this one. All right. Let me just go ahead. Copy. And now we return. Sorry, it's taking me a second here. I'm trying to get this set up a little bit. All right. Oh, can I do anything right now? I'm sorry, it's taking a little bit longer than a second. There we go. I have put the link to the video in the description now. Save. All right. Alrighty. That's done. Let's just go ahead and really hop into that now. Okay, so I know a lot of my Warhammer knowledge through Bricky. and I know a lot of other things about Warhammer through other creators, such as Major Kill, among other things, right? I kind of moved away from Major Kill, went to Luton, and I've also reacted to a bit of Wes Hammer. I feel like Luton, though, is a little bit more of like he's got a more of a soothing voice, and sometimes I get like, I wouldn't say bored. I'm just not. I don't think I'm the kind of person who probably would benefit from listening to his content. I just get. It's easy to tune him out, so to speak, right? Wes Hammer is good because he delivers the information in more of a punchy sort of fashion. But a lot of my knowledge, right, comes from this man right here. His name is Bricky. I don't know his actual name, but he is the person that I go to when it comes to Warhammer content. I've also at one point was listening to his Adeptus Ridiculous podcast, and I would recommend you go and check him out. I'm not really exactly very good at really. I haven't done any reactions lately, and even then, I'm kind of spotty on whether or not I actually do a decent enough job at actually getting people to go and actually check out the original video as well. But a lot of times I end up forgetting to even do that. I've done that at least once or twice. But, yeah. Without further ado, this is Bricky's every single Warhammer 40k faction re-explained, because a lot of things have changed since the initial video that he had about 40k factions. Now, granted, I've already seen this, already watched this. I've also reacted to other people who have watched this, but I thought, might as well give my own 2 cents on it. Might as well just talk about it. I sort of Warhammer takes when they pop up, if they pop up.
In the kind
So why not?
brightness of the far past,
Without further ado, let's just get into it.
Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet. The first known species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease and seeded life.
I might have to
from the
reset my
stars.
motion
Shortly
capture, too.
thereafter, a new species began to arise. The Necron Tier. Evolving under the harshness of a devastatingly powerful star, the short-lived and irradiated Necron Tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a lull and a Lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworld. The Necron Tier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the Old Ones. A revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution. These other gods were known as the Catan, a race of highly powerful star-consuming entities. Do not fear, young mortals, for we, the Catan, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now, won't you shake a poor sinner's hand? Quoted from Mephetron, the Deceiver. The Necron Tier accepted.
Mind you, he only became the Deceiver because of what he did to the Necron race. At least from what I understand. Like, many people have commented it on the fact that he only, that Metatron, or Meta whatever his name is, became known for that because of what he did to the Necron race, and not necessarily for this particular quote, and nor was he known as the Deceiver prior to his interactions with the Necron race. I find that it's actually, the more you delve into the lore of Warhammer, the more interesting it gets. And the nitty-gritty details are always the more fascinating aspects about Warhammer, in all honesty. Let's see. I'm trying to get streams set up on my end now. A little bit more specifically. All right, there we go. I'm surprised that for 2 hours, this is only his part 1 to his re-explanation. And he hasn't even touched humanity yet. I mean, granted, humanity definitely covers its own video, but, because he kind of did the same thing with his factions explained video, his original ones. And he mentioned that he was more so of a casual fan. In fact, he's going to get into that in this video, but yeah, let's just continue on. Oh.
Offer of immortality, but believe it or not, this turned out to be a ruse. A trick. The Catan crafted gigantic furnaces and began the process of biotransference. The Necron tier willingly walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls consumed instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and cancer-inflicted race of the Necron tier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power of the Catan, the Necrons rally against
for a second. I saw that
conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War in Heaven. Despite creating various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the Old Ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan fat off the souls of the Necron tier, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy, spiteful gods.
Imagine that too, by the way. Imagine that, you know, when the old ones that you went to initially, right, to get the immortality that you wanted, or to at least cure you of all of your afflictions, they when they told you to fuck off, you know, that must have been pretty. Certainly must have been pretty something. The Catan showing up and then kind of being like, "Hey, we'll help you out. We'll try to uplift you guys," and then screwing you over. I feel like that is something that a lot of people, especially nowadays, could feel very heavily. And I'm pretty sure you don't need to go very far, even here in America, to find that either. And there's a lot of stories of people just getting straight up fucked over. And not even from, like, their bosses or whatever. It's just like, this is a story that is felt across several different generations, several different communities, and several different ethnicities as well. It is really a really fucking annoying thing to always have to deal with on a daily basis. Just like, oh yeah, I'm kind of in a stage where I kind of need some assistance. And then you find someone who's willing to help you, and then they just end up fucking you over. Just, you know, they just really want to help you just to screw you over. Just ever so slightly. Right? Always fun. Very fun. God.
And when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters. Worn out and weakened by these wars, the Necrons, under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie dormant, with a plan to eventually wake and reclaim control over the galaxy. Over millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the Old Ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot in the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now for almost 15,000 years. Right now, in the 21st century, this is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video, you existed at a point in the Warhammer universe. But with time,
I love how everyone's collective response to this was, Senpai noticed me. Bricky Senpai noticed me. God. By the way, the amount of VTubers in particular who are getting into Warhammer is fucking fascinating, by the way. Like, I'm pretty sure the entire Glitch Star VTuber company, or the entire Glitch Star crew, I'm not sure if that's just the name of their company or whatnot. I know they put the Glitch Star name in brackets in the similar way that most Hololive and EG Sanji VTubers tend to put their company names in front of theirs as well. So I just assume Glitch Star is their name of their company, or at least their brand. But yeah, the entire Glitch Star VTuber agency is also reacting to Bricky and Warhammer content. Which, to be fair, you know, listen, all right, I'm about to drop a real one with you. There's nothing more fascinating. Maybe not fascinating, but there's nothing that piques a guy's interest. There's nothing that really just kind of like screams like she might be like how do I put this? There's nothing hotter than a woman who's into the same shit that you are. And the best way to understand or to describe this, right, is like, you know, it's one thing like you meet a girl, she seems really nice and friendly enough, you know, like you might have similar interests or similar takes on certain certain topics and issues. Maybe you guys have a similar brain cell in certain aspects. But when it comes to like hobbies, right? Women usually have a very particular things that they gravitate towards. You know, like women like drama, they like romance, right? There's a reason why, you know, Love in Deep Space is so highly coveted. The blood tracker simulator is so widely accepted by a majority of the female demographic. And it's kind of also equally as funny that women try to justify their gooner habits by saying that, oh no, the period trackers and the game's CGI scenes, they don't contain like any sort of like weird shit. They're just bonding experiences. And it's just like you feel connected with these characters. Nothing lewd to be had here. Right. And all the sudsy bath moments and, you know, among other things, and the playful sort of like interactions between yourself and the male characters, as well as the sort of almost borderline, like kind of physically, how do I put this? You know how Dante, Cabe Don lady in Devil May Cry 3? Now imagine that, but 10 times more like visceral and worse. And instead of Dante doing that with just no shirt on and a jacket, he straight up walked up to her with his jacket already off, and then he just proceeded to do the Cabe Don, but then he just gently leans and whispers into her ear that he was going to take care of it, and then proceed to kind of just slowly kind of move away, and then just kind of, you know, left it at that, you know, and didn't even bother paying her any minor attention. He just kept on walking, right? That scene would have a whole different level of like sexual tension than most scenes in Devil May Cry, and with good reason. But I digress. The point is that, you know, like that's pretty much the interactions of Love in Deep Space, right? I often thought about, right, on this channel, making an entire like a playthrough playlist of me going through female centric dating sims, among other things, right? To really kind of give you an idea of what it is that women tend to fantasize over. And it also really does encapsulate some of the most bizarre things that you will see come out of these types of stories and interactions that women have, not just with, you know, in the context of their own weird fantasies. You know, like, granted, right, men are no different. You know, like, we'll give women absurd bodily proportions. They'll look hot as fuck most of the time, and they'll just be just flirtatious and just promiscuous enough to where they seem to where it'll be played off for the most part, but your interactions with the characters is by far the most entertaining bits about it. In the sense that there's a lot of like there's a lot of flirtation, sexual tensions here and there, and then there's a difference between like the flirtations that a guy wants from a woman versus what a woman wants from a guy. And, you know, like, more often than not, the content exists there primarily for guys to essentially just like it's for sexual gratification. It's just purely sexual gratification. I really don't know how else to best explain this. It's just everything about a male dating sim is all about the exploration and, you know, how do I put this? It's just an investigation of sort of like your weird sexual interests and tendencies, among other things, right? It's just about the sexual nature of the whole thing. Whereas women, it's not so much as like a sexual thing as it is like an emotional thing, right? They like the emotional like reciprocation, the harmonization, so to speak, of the interactions themselves. They like the weird sort of like tension of like, will he do something, won't he do something kind of aspect to it. They like the sense like there's a clear and obvious chance that they might go in this direction, but when he doesn't go in that direction, it makes it that much more tantalizing, right? It becomes that much more impactful, because the one thing that women like for some reason in their fantasies is that they like the idea. I know this has nothing to do with Warhammer, by the way, but the one thing that women tend to really like about their interactions with men, and particularly when interacting with men, is that they like the idea that, you know, like, you're clearly interested in them, but you exercise a clear enough level of self-control to where you don't push the envelope that far. Like, you don't do what you expect them to do, right? They kind of like it when you play with the idea that you could do these things, and maybe you'll let them. And maybe they'll catch you in a moment where they can see that you would be absolutely willing to let them do so, but they just leave it at that, right? It's just the expectation versus the reality, right? They kind of like it when you do a bit of a bait and switch, right? It's why women are so fucking terrible when it comes to understanding that just because something is priced 50% off doesn't actually mean it is 50% off. I'm hitting some hot button topics now. I feel like I'm about to, but the point is that, you know, like, I've dealt with enough women in my family and in my own life to really know a thing or two about the particular behaviors and patterns of certain women. The only thing that needs to be said, right, is that they try to justify the Gunnar game as essentially just like, it isn't as bad as it is, you know, like it's just bonding experiences, and it's like, no, it fucking ain't. We know exactly what you're doing. And we know exactly what the period tracker is supposed to do. You don't need to justify it. And also, that's another funny thing, right? The game has a literal period tracker in it. It's creepy, right? When a guy is very conscious enough of your bodily functions to know when you're about to go on your period, or when he's actually keeping track of that sort of shit. I've heard women say this plenty of times, that it's kind of creepy that men pay attention to that shit, even the ones that they're currently dating. But it's just so fascinating to me that they're absolutely fine with having their periods tracked with a fucking in-game app that's primarily designed to get your goat. It's just get as much money out of you as humanly possible by making the most sexually advantageously attractive scenarios and situations and things that are clearly there and designed to be bait, and they totally will grasp on it. You know, just as much as men will totally grasp on the idea of playing a dark, dystopian, apocalyptic fantasy setting where the only fighting group of soldiers that you have to stand against, like, an invading force of alien robots, giant alien robots for that matter, is scantily clad women who also just so happen to be androids. And they're also really, really fucking hot for literally no reason. It's about the same level, right? Again, the difference is the sexual gratification versus the attention and the clear desire and wantedness of the situation. It is the playful nature of it is what women find the most attractive with dating sims. And I find that and I've often thought about wanting to really delve into, make an entire like playlist or even a like a series on the channel where we cover dating sims and women's weird sort of like fantasies and stories, and just kind of delve into the things that women find very sexually like how do I put this, fantastically interesting, right? I don't know how else to put that. That what they consider to be, kind of hot, right? And I have thought about that. I've never actually done it because I've never really, I don't know if I want to be a channel that, like that plays those kinds of games just to dissect them. It might give off the wrong impression. That was one reason why I haven't done it. The other reason why I haven't done it is because, I also just don't really like the idea of exposing myself to a bunch of content that literally is just like, this is me, I'm doing weird shit with dudes. I don't know. It's gonna feel fucking weird, a little awkward, you might say, as a straight red-blooded man from America. It's gonna feel kind of weird, just inherently. I've thought about it, though. I've certainly thought about it. It might make for an interesting series on the channel. I'm not sure what would be a popular one to start with, but I have certainly thought about it. At the end of the day, though, right? God, where did I start? Where did I spin off from this? What was I? Maybe if I rewind a little bit.
This is canon. You, right now,
the Twitch thing. Okay. I was talking about glitch stars a second ago. Okay, so that's right. I was talking about why men find women engaging in male hobbies to be so attractive. So, sorry, I had to refresh myself for a second. So the reason why men find women engaging in male-centric hobbies to be a very appealing thing is typically because, again, it kind of ties back into the monkey brain aspect of like, we're kind of just simple creatures, right? Like, one of the ways we derive a sense of like interest from like an idea that women are interested in us is when they start showing an interest in what we do. It's just another aspect of like the natural behaviors of of how we do the selecting process, right? At least that's a biological way we can look at it, the psychological way. The main reason why we find it attractive is because it's, you don't know why they're doing it. It could either be because they're actually interested in the same hobby that you're into, which makes it more attractive and appealing that this person is into the hobby, and that you actually have someone you could bounce off of like certain stories and ideas with. But it's also, right, I think the biggest boon in this aspect would be like, if you're interested in wanting to delve into it and you've never delved into it before, and you're just like, hey, can you tell me more about this thing? This stuff seems interesting. That is like, that, I don't know how else to explain this. That is like it's awkward as hell to like at first, maybe, depending on what kind of like interest or content it might be. But a woman expressing a genuine interest in a particular sort of hobby that a guy is into is usually just like, it's great. It's like, oh my god, I now have a chance to regale her of all of this stupid nerdy shit that I love about this particular thing, and maybe I can make her slowly into a fan of this thing. Like, it's almost like a form of like a how do you put this? It's kind of like, it's I can't think of it. I don't want to say it's like conversion. It's more like the satisfactory feeling, right, of basically getting someone as interested in a particular thing as you are, and then feeling the satisfaction of knowing that now you have someone who is equally as interested into this thing as you are, or at least somewhat, or at least a lot more interested in it than they were before. And now you get to expose them of all of these things that they've never known before. It's kind of like you're basically there to shepherd them down their new experience, and you're essentially their guide, right? It's a satisfactory feeling of knowing that you basically have the ability, right, to help someone get more antiquated with this new particular interest that they have just developed and cultivated for themselves, and that you help them get into. You know, that's men really like that kind of shit. I don't know if women understand this, but men really like that kind of shit. Like, I know women like to talk ad nauseum about the most trivial of stupid shit, right? But men, they don't like talking about just anything, right? We like talking about specific things, and the specific things that we like to talk about, we usually talk about amongst other dudes. But what makes a tomboy so appealing to other guys is because you could talk to this girl about anything, and she just gets it, right? That's the appeal of the tomboy, is that you could talk to this girl about anything, you could do just about anything, and it's not weird or awkward, right? It's just, it feels like bros being bros type of thing, right? And it's not a bro either. It's just it's a girl. It's like the most easiest thing under the sun, right? You don't have to worry about it being too awkward. You don't have to worry about saying anything that's a little weird, especially if she returns the same weird sexual innuendos that you tend to make about either women or otherwise, right? Or she just returns and claps back with her own male-centric jokes. You know, like, there's a playful banter here that you would normally get from, like, among other bros. And so the reason why the tomboy is such a weirdly, like, such a weirdly beloved archetype is because it's easy, right? It's easy to talk to this person, and they're the easiest person to get to know and to get well acquainted with just right off the bat. There isn't any awkwardness or tension behind it. It's just, hey, I'm basically just like an honorary guy, and I don't mind talking to you about the stupid things that guys like to talk about or that they are particularly into, right? And so, again, going back to the main topic at hand, when men see women getting into male-centric hobbies, like, say, 40K, for example, it's like, it's interesting, because it's like you're seeing them explore the depths of why this thing is as cool as it is. You're seeing them take their first steps, their first foray into something that is much bigger and much more expansive and is far more interesting than, like, is usually, like, seen in most other forms of media. And it's dark as fuck, by the way, like, and that's the part that's also just as appealing, right? It adds a layer of intrigue to the proceedings. Like, there's always a weird sort of corrupting, like, almost hopeless slant to things, and because the grimdark nature of it gives it this added flavor to it, to all of the context that happens. It's interesting to see how, like, how they react to the more fascinating aspects about the lore of 40K, which is why the more we see women getting into the 40K stuff, and especially VTubers in particular, and why it's becoming such a big thing among VTubers, is a fascinating thing, not just to watch, but also to see that it's actually viable. It's an actually viable thing to do. It's also viable in terms of dating aspects, because it plays on the similar concepts. It plays on a similar wavelength, right? Like, you expressing an interest in a male-centric hobby is like the equivalent of basically flirting with dudes. It's like, it's not even but it's not really like flirting. It's just like, you're delving into something that other guys find interesting, if not fascinating, and would love nothing more than to pull you into the hobby and basically make you another, like, member of this weird little, like, sort of cult of people who really like this thing that they're into. I have no better way to describe that in a gross, simplified fashion other than that. It's like, it's really fun. It's just a really great thing to really do. Just find people who are curious and interested in the thing, get them into the thing, pull them into it, right? And then just have them sink even deeper into the thing that you already like and enjoy. Just get them to understand why it is you like and enjoy it, and maybe they find their own reasons why they like and enjoy it, and suddenly they're actually fans of the thing. And it feels so goddamn amazing, because it's like, you basically just help to create another fan for the thing that you're already into. I don't know how else to better explain this? It just makes sense. All right, it's good optics, right? You would use this tactic to get to get into a better rapport with your partner. You would also do this just to build better relationships among your guy friends. It's such an easy win. It's such an easy win. And whether or not you want to use this as like a platform to kind of pursue more romantic interests is equally as debatable, right? It just depends on how you're going to approach it, among other things, right? It's just a basic W, a really basic W. Anyways, I kind of rambled on long enough. Let's move on. And now we got a buffer.
Twitch streamer reacting to this video, you existed at a point in the Warhammer universe. But with time, humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of expansion begins. Humanity starts to branch out through the stars with powerful tools used for agriculture, mining, and expansion. Some branches of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself, and around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite all the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the Cybernetic Revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause ruptures in space and time. These warp stones would separate.
Why is Cleveland just like the designated hell zone?
As the age of strife. The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on, begin fluctuating into something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized, thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm are three major entities: Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch. However, a fourth one, Slaanesh, was about to be born. The ancient Eldar were one of the first species created by the Old Ones, and due to their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of Slaanesh tore a hole in the galaxy and forever split the Eldar into those of the Craft world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wished to continue what caused the birth of Slaanesh in the first place.
I like to say also, by the way, that the Eldar are probably my favorite depiction of elves in any fictional setting I've ever seen. Like, I've seen elves depicted in Bethesda games such as Elder Scrolls. I've seen them depicted in Warcraft. I've seen them depicted in most other forms of media, right? Lord of the Rings, whatnot. I don't really care for elves in most forms of media because they're always snobbish and obtuse, and they always come off as just being sort of like these arrogant pricks. Like, they think they're holier than thou high society folk that seem to look down, or at least they snub their nose on like the other races for being so primitive or lowly in terms of intellectual thought or superiority in some fashion, right? You know, at least when it comes to the mind, right? When it comes to application of intellectual superiority in debates or something like that, right? I feel like that they're always depicted as just kind of just the guaranteed assholes of any scenario, right? And one thing I like about 40K is that they're still kind of like that, but they don't really have any real reason or grounds to be as snobbish as they are, and they kind of know this because they have utterly fucked themselves. Like, they have fucked themselves into a position to where they cannot, they cannot unfuck themselves out of it. Like, they created not only an entirely new chaos god that seeks to harvest and claim their souls, for fuck's sake, but they even went as far as to so royally fuck themselves, literally and figuratively, into a black hole that they have essentially not only created their own worst enemy, they've essentially destroyed their entire race. They have doomed it. They had doomed it to an eternity of collapse, of ruinous. And they have no one else to blame but themselves. Literally nobody else. It's probably the biggest insult and slap into the face you could possibly ever give them. It's just like, they think very much like, they think, they think far less of like other species, the Eldar, but their arguments and their criticisms are equally just as reputable as just the fact of like, oh, well, your race is very primitive. And it's like, oh, yeah, and your race is almost dead. Maybe I should help you with that. Maybe finally put an end to your suffering once and for all. No, it's just like, they're equally just as flawed, if not fallible, as all the other races. Like, humanity's fucked up. The Eldar are fucked up. Everybody's fucked, right? I mean, this is the grim dark future of Warhammer, for fuck's sake. It's pretty appropriate. I just like this depiction because, in true Warhammer fashion, they're just as fucked up as everybody else. And though they still act high and mighty, despite it's still like a permanent reality for them. It's still a big, massive slap to the face. They're constantly living and struggling as a result of their mistakes. And I like that about that. I like that about the Eldar. It makes their struggle seem more meaningful, right? Despite all of the bluster and the facade, right? And the platitudes, they still put a huge emphasis on, basically not only just trying to survive, but also trying to maintain their way of life and their culture. In fact, they've become more entrenched into it because of that. Because they saw how they fucked it, they were like, we need to be better than this. And so they just stuck real fucking hard in tradition, right? They became so focused on trying to be like more traditional, almost to like a Japanese sort of like samurai-esque sort of aspect to it, that it's honestly very interesting. I've only ever seen like maybe like some stories and depictions about the Eldar. There hasn't been enough stories written about the Eldar to really like, that I have, at least not that I have seen, that's are things that are really memorable. The only thing I've ever really seen about the Eldar is about Yvrane's story and how Yvraine became a thing. But for the most part, right, the Eldar are at least a fascinating form of, of space elves. Because they at least, they don't just have, like, a need to justify their own existence. They're actively having to fight against the very thing that seeks to destroy their very way of life. And their constant need to further justify their own existences feels very fucking appropriate. Because, they had already screwed it up the last time. They're trying to make up for it this time, but they're already kind of fucking up because they're a little too self-centered and egotistical despite all of their mistakes. And so they're just trying to make the best out of a bad situation, just like humanity's trying to make the best out of a bad situation. Everybody in Warhammer is trying to make the best out of a bad situation. The only race that isn't trying to make the best out of a bad situation are the Orcs and the Tyranids. And that's because the Orcs and the Tyranids, well, the Orcs are just dumb. They're just simpletons. They're very simple. The only thing they care about is having something to punch. That's about the long and short of their interests. And then there's the Tyranids. We don't know what the fuck the Tyranids want, other than to nom the entire universe. That's the only thing they care about. So, realistically speaking, every other sentient race outside of the Tyranids are kind of fucked. And there's always that sense of struggle. But it's not as if that they can't work together either. Yvrain has proven that humanity and Eldar can work together if they want to. It's just about having the stars align in such a way to where common interests start to make themselves known, and suddenly they're now working together for a common purpose, right? And as far as humanity is concerned, you know, like they're just another form of Xenos that needs to be exterminated. But you know, now that Gilliman's back and Gilliman's in charge, and because Yvrain basically helped to revive him in the first place, you know, like there's probably going to be more of a leniency towards anything that has to do with Eldar related sort of relations going forward. At least there might be a slant for it in the coming years. And I think that would provide some pretty interesting stories. And if you really think about it too, right? You know, like I can't imagine the Eldar truly surviving in the state that they're in currently without the help of humanity. Like as fucked as humanity is, as fucking crazy as they have become, the only way I see the Eldar truly surviving is if they use the sheer numbers and the sheer overwhelming force and power of human ingenuity and their just innate stubborn nature to just say fuck you to the universe, to basically just pull a W. They kind of need it. They really do, because they don't have the ability to do it themselves. They've utterly fucked themselves into this ruinous black hole that they have found themselves in. They're kind of slowly dying off as a species, but they are on a bit of an upturn. But that's only going to last as long as things continue to, they continue to pull W's, and everything is subject to change. I mean, if they fuck up with their relationship with humanity, as very few and far between as their relationship tends to be, and as frictionable as it is, you know, like all it takes, right, is them doing one stupid thing, one bad decision away from just fucking themselves so thoroughly that they just become extinct. And it would not be hard. Again, making humanity your enemy instead of your ally would be the worst case scenario for the Eldar, in my opinion, because we've already seen what human beings are capable of, even in the most strenuous of circumstances. If they have a hate boner for you, oh boy, you better fucking believe they're gonna come after you, and they're not just gonna take your goat, they're just gonna fucking thoroughly destroy it. They're gonna obliterate it. They're going to brutalize the shit out of it. You want to talk about beating a dead horse? The humanity of 40k won't just beat that dead horse. They'll tear it limb for limb, and then they'll make sure that it suffers just about as much as if a Drukhari got its hands on it. It's kind of fucked how brutally efficient humanity has become at just killing things outright. Anyways, yeah, that's the long and short of that. I think that the Eldar are a very fascinating species. I would love to see more stories about them. And I would love to see more stories involving humanity and the Eldar kind of like working together in some fashion, but I don't think that's going to happen, because that would require a lot of changing of the stories and eras and the progression towards that end. And I don't think Games Workshop is going to be willing to do that, to be honest. I feel like Games Workshop, right, kind of likes the status quo as is, and anything that kind of goes against the status quo sort of like situational narrative that's already in existence would kind of throw a monkey wrench into a lot of the particularly interesting stories that could be had for like people outside of like the established narrative. Like, you know, again, people like to create their own factions, their own legions, because they allow that sort of thing. Warhammer 40k is a setting where you can have the most amount of flexibility when it comes to creating your own stories and narratives. But in regards to like the setting itself, you know, like you can't fuck with that too much, because then it becomes too narrow. Like the narrative focus becomes too focused, right? Like it's the same thing with like Skyrim, right? When you became the Dragonborn, it kind of limits the ability and brevity that you have with player agency to be able to do and be whatever the fuck you want to be, right? it kind of limits that to a degree. And I feel like that would be the similar problem that Warhammer could face. And I think Games Workshop might have the right idea of that, but I feel like not having at least some type of like momentary events or some type of storylines to follow is kind of a terrible decision. I feel like they need to have more like narrative focused structures towards specific goals or things to add more interest to Warhammer. Because I feel like the current setting and story, while it certainly leaves a lot of room to tell more unique and interesting stories within its narrative, I feel like that not having a narrative to begin with outside of like the Horus Heresy books, among other things, is kind of the biggest sort of like criticism I can have with Games Workshop's approach to Warhammer content. And again, I don't really think of myself right as the biggest Warhammer nut. Like I don't have any miniatures. I don't have any of the books yet. That's always subject to change. And my information and knowledge about this is only what, content creators have made about this subject, right? But, speaking as someone who has written his own manuscripts and has done his own sort of writings in the past, I feel like what makes a world more interesting is the stories you create within that world and framework. And I feel like that you need to have a story for the current 40K timeline to make the current 40K timeline more interesting. And there's certainly a lot of stories in here, but they're all very superfluous, right? They only further to bolster the current state of affairs as well as the currently existing sort of like issues, technologies, and just kind of hammer home things we've already seen a dozen times before. At least that's what I'm getting the sense of. And I think that Warhammer could be further elevated is if we try to, push the story in a direction that might be, leading to something more fantastical or interesting. Bringing Gilliman back, for example, was a really interesting way to kind of breathe new life into this medium, because now that Gilliman's back, there's a potential reality where humanity could recover from the religious zealotry that it finds itself in and slowly but surely move itself away from that and more so around reason and logic and kind of go back to the way that the Emperor himself would have wanted humanity to be striving and going down the road of, right? It adds a level of possibility. It almost inspires a sense of hope that humanity can actually recover and move on to greater pastures that has nothing to do with the fuck shit that they're getting into now. And it seemed like it's going in that direction, especially since they brought back the Lion. That seems like a really pivotal moment within this franchise, and there's already discussions about which next Primarch is going to come back. Like, is it going to be Dorn? Is it going to be maybe a fucking the Raven Guard's Primarch? What was his name? Fucking something Crow? I don't remember. Corvus Corax, I think it was. Yeah, Corvus Corax. That might be an interesting one. Especially since there was a story where he did, in fact, come back for like a split moment, only to reveal that he's some type of like bird demon hybrid thing. That kind of seems weird, but I don't know. A lot of people are debating about that one. The long and short of it is that a lot of the stories within this setting are interesting. And they add a lot to potentially lead to a direction where we can actually get an actual story or a narrative that goes beyond just like the things that, individual people are making, which is kind of nice, right? For example, I would love to see a story within this setting in a video game format where you play as maybe like a Psyker, right? Maybe a Grey Knight, and you go about, just slaughtering hordes of things. It's like almost like the Force Unleashed style of like Space Marines 2, where it's just like you're slashing the shit out of things, you're shooting the shit out of them, you're doing all kinds of crazy shit with Psyker abilities, right? And eventually the story progresses in such a way to where like some new shit gets added and shit you've never even considered or shit that's never been done before gets introduced, and suddenly things happen to where like it feels like it has some real genuine weight to the proceedings of the story and the situation. Like, how fucking rad would it be if, like, for example, like, in a video game format, like, there was a storyline where where Terra was invaded, not by Tyrannus, but by, like, a Chaos Legion or faction of Chaos Space Marines, and or that with a horde of demons, and you were basically there to essentially kind of like stem the tide of the conflict, and it actually becomes a part of the lore and the story of that world, and it becomes like this big fucking thing that they then create miniatures and other stories built around it, kind of like the fall of Cadia and some shit, right? That'd be fucking dope. And if I remember correctly, the fall of Cadia was a story that happened not necessarily from the books, but it happened because of like a series of games. It was part of a strategy game it was like something, I think it was Gothic, the Gothic series. Anyways, I've been talking and rambling about this for a while. Let's just move on. I knew this would happen, by the way. I fucking knew this would happen. We're only 6 minutes into.
Birthing of this fourth chaos god settled the warp storms of the Immaterium and ended the age of strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity. That man was the Emperor of Mankind. After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the Unification Wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same. To reconquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings, known as the Thunder Warriors, were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth with ease. But these warriors are a blunt tool and had, overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines.
Yeah, the Thunder Warriors were an interesting point in the 40K timeline, which is that prior to the events of 30,000 years within that time frame, like the Emperor had created the Thunder Warriors primarily as out of necessity to basically have an army that was kind of like a blunt force instrument in order to retake Terra from all these cybernetic sort of like bandits and what was it, like, what do they call them again? I don't remember. But yeah, basically just like a bunch of like cybernetic bandits and essentially like psychopaths and warriors, like, Borderlands style, right? Where they were basically just psychotic in nature, and they were just going about slaughtering and doing crazy shit. And so the Thunder Warriors were created in order to combat them. And with that being said, right, the problem, the Thunder Warriors were great for what they were made for, but where they really lacked is having a delicate hand in terms of like how they approach certain things and situations. Like on battlefields, they're fucking devastating, but like when it comes to outside of the battlefield, like they're kind of like they're very much warriors first, and they don't take too kindly to sitting around doing nothing or delegating, or among other things, right? They're very much just like, I want to kill something. They're basically like the orc version of Space Marines. And so naturally, right, because of their natural proclivity towards violence, the Emperor of Mankind decided that, like, he needed to dispose of them as soon as they outlived their usefulness, because, keeping them around and alive would just only prove to be more disastrous, not just reputationally for him, I imagine, but also just because, like, they were bound to probably start shit just out of necessity. And it's not conducive to having a long, viable, successful empire. So there you have it. I'm just going to leave it at that. I have nothing else to add.
Superhuman soldiers that will have the skill and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 18 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos.
20? What do you mean 20? There's only ever been 18, Bricky. What are you talking about? You know, I often thought about making my own successor chapter too. I have already like the means and idea for one, if I ever wanted to. I don't think I'm that neck deep into the lore to really be able to perfect it, but I think you know, I do have one in the back of my mind that I'm kind of, you know, like sitting through. Maybe one day I'll talk about it, but you know, I do have ideas for one, and I would love to hear some people's ideas and criticisms about it. Who knows? Maybe it might make for an interesting video idea. I don't know. I know that some lore channels have been like asking for submissions and stuff like that about like, well, tell us about your like created successor chapters among other things, and tell us more about like what your legion is about, and about what its founding was like, and all this other shit, like, you know, like, and what its chapter master is like, you know, there have been channels that have, you know, like, that have had like these sort of like interactions with their communities and their fans. Maybe I could do something similar, but only instead of like me, you know, asking you guys, because there's not a whole lot of you to really warrant this kind of thing, but maybe I could just promote my own sort of like successor faction. But I don't know. It's a debate. We'll just leave it at that.
And scattered across the galaxy. This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade. While Space Marines were the tip of the spear, their numbers paled to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy. The Astra Militarum and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between...
Speaking of rogue traders, I have been playing through a bit of Rogue Trader recently. And they've added some interesting updates to the game that are worthwhile to mention. Like, they've added new cinematics, like some of the models look more high-res now. Like, I don't remember Avalar looking as sleek as he does now, but he definitely looks sleeker than I remember him being. And I think that, you know, like, Owlcat is certainly a game studio that at least seems to be... I didn't think they would continue to add more updates to the game. I didn't even think it was going to be a game that would even have more updates, but they've been updating the thing consistently, which, you know, to Owlcat's credit, I will give them props. I really like the changes. It's just adding more depth and more gravitas to the scenarios, and I really do appreciate the fact that they're still adding more details and changes to the game, even long after its release. It's been like, what, like a year since Rogue Trader came out? I don't remember, but it's I've been wanting to get it. I've been trying to get through like the beginning parts of it so far, and it's been an interesting ride so far. I'm trying. I don't think there's really much else to say about it, actually, now that I think about it. But so far, right? If you wanted to play a story-driven experience like on the same level of like interactivity as Baldur's Gate, you know, Owlcat's got you covered. I would even say that Owlcat's Rogue Trader, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, is kind of like baby's first Baldur's Gate. It's a lot more simple. It's far more rudimentary. It's got the basic fundamentals of what you might expect if you were to jump into, say, Baldur's Gate as a game. And if you wanted something that basically kind of helps you kind of ease your way into TTRPGs, this is a really fucking great way to do it. At least in the sense of like it, you know, being like one of those types of games, right? Because it's very much operates like a D&D type of thing. So, yeah. Anyways, it's also got a lot of interesting characters in there. I know there's a Space Wolf in the game. You know, there's a space marine in there that you can have join your retinue. He's like a space wolf. He's basically a Viking, and a Viking space marine. And then there's also a Sister of Battle. There's a fucking there's like all kinds of characters in there, and it looked like you can even recruit other races into your into your party, which is really nice and interesting. I would like to see what all of that's going to look like. I just haven't gotten that far into the game yet. But otherwise, you know, if you ever wanted to get into a game that focuses more on like the story of Warhammer and focuses more on trying to flesh out like not, you know, like the lore and nitty-gritty tidbits about how things are done within the setting, I feel like Rogue Trader is a really great way to just really dip your toes into it, because it not only expands upon like some of the more like specific details of how the fucking like universe of 40K actually fucking works, it also helps you get a better understanding of like what the setting is like for even just like normal people, as well as just like seeing how fucked everything is from like different perspectives, and also just getting new tidbits and lore details that you wouldn't get from playing like massive AAA releases like say Space Marines 2, or reading, or if you don't want to read books, among other things, right? It's like, it's a nice way to just kind of comfortably dip your toes into the foray and the expansive knowledge and lore and concepts of 40K than any other thing out there. So I would highly recommend it. If you're interested in wanting to really delve deep into this franchise, I would start with Rogue Trader. So, yeah. That is my glowing endorsement. And, yeah, I'm just going to move on from that. Nothing else to say.
What a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines of war in the form of imperial knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further and become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears sometimes. Some would go so far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and their immense supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Voton. After an incredible...
Which are basically just space dwarves. I believe that's who he's mentioning, is the space dwarves. They're basically abhumans. There are Xenos, and then there are abhumans, and apparently the abhumans, that function as dwarves in this fantasy setting is in this super futuristic sci-fi fantasy setting is essentially like I believe they're the Voton, but I don't know. It's there are dwarves in this world, and the cat people he was referring to are more like Khajiit style cat people than, you know, cute anime girl type of characters. But I don't think that's going to stop fan artists from, you know, characterizing them as such. So have it. And also to be fair to even Bethesda and even Warhammer, you know, like even, well, to be fair, more so to Warhammer, Bethesda has even kind of capitulated on this front as well. It's actually been specifically stated within the lore of Elder Scrolls that there are some Khajiits that do look more, in fact, human in nature than animal. And so you do have like actual characters in Elder Scrolls, or at least you do have a potential reality where you can have a Khajiit that looks like an anime cat girl if you wanted to. It's just whether or not if Bethesda actually wants to implement that into the game or not. Into its character creator at any point in time. But it is kind of established in its lore. I remember reading a tidbit about it. I believe it was in Elder Scrolls Online specifically, back when it was in beta. I remember reading a lore tidbit when I was doing like the Almiri Dominion stuff. And that's when I was in, I believe what was it, Leowin? I was going through like some of the stuff, and I was doing like some of the Thieves Guild quests and stuff like that, and I happened to come across a codex or a document or a book basically about how like Khajiits do in fact have humanoid-looking people, but they basically are very few and far between, and like it's very rare for a Khajiit to be born more human-looking than cat person-looking, right? So that's the main reason why it's probably not, like established as a thing that you can do with the character creator is simply because it's not the most predominant thing. They're basically kind of like a minority. If you want to get super technical about it, those type of Khajiits are considered the minority in their culture. Anyways, moving on.
Amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited. Incredible goes so far to become their own galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and their immense supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Voton. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of Man would be firmly established. This, however, would not last. Be it intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the warp. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity's history. The favorite son of the Emperor, Horus, would fall to the powers of chaos and turn on his father. This betrayal, this backstabbing, this heresy, this Horus heresy would result in a split in the Imperium with devastating consequences. Half of the Emperor's loyal sons would fall to chaos and become the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum,
also known as the Black Legion, which is, they're after the heresy, right? After Horus was slain by the Emperor, like Abaddon kind of took the reins, and though Horus has come back a few times within the lore, not necessarily as like Horus himself, but like facsimiles of Horus, like proxies. Like there was one time where I believe like there's a Chaos Space Marine researcher, right, who's kind of his own established entity. He's essentially like I don't know. I don't even think he's a psyker. Actually, he's basically a researcher who used to be I think he used to be a part of the Emperor's Children, who basically experiments and does all kinds of crazy things with technology and all manner of things. Right? He's particularly like he's done some really weird shit. One of the things that he did in the lore was that he basically took like the Horus's like a DNA strands from Horus's body, probably procured from like his gauntlet, among other things, and he essentially recreated Horus. He basically cloned him, right? And this clone of Horus essentially had basically was awakened and in front of like Abaddon, right? And for a moment, right, Horus was alive and well and even remembered things about his previous life in terms of, or at least his former self, and basically was still very much the Horus prior to his demise at the hands of the Emperor. And so he was very much all about and all too willing to essentially go back to laying siege to the galaxy, right? Until Abaddon basically killed him and used his own gauntlets essentially to stab and murder him, and then proceeded to firmly establish himself as like the true leader and war master of the Black Legion, essentially. And it just kind of like he just kind of spun off from there. And so we did have a moment where Horus potentially could have come back to the setting, but I don't think Games Workshop would have wanted that, to be honest. I feel like the Horus Heresy novels work fine as is, and having a clone saga, right, where Horus comes back probably would not be, because I mean, like, you saw how well that worked with Star Wars, even when George Lucas was writing the damn things, or was manning the ship, so to speak. You know, like, he didn't, you know, like, the Clone Saga was kind of a mixed bag. Nobody really cared for it. It kind of did weird things with certain characters, including Luke Skywalker. You know, even back then, Luke was kind of catching strays in terms of character assassination, but I feel like the way that they did things to Luke in those stories were at least a lot better than what they did with the sequel trilogy. But anyways, that's neither here or there. The main points, right, is that you know, like, Horus for a moment did come back, and it's been proven, right, that you can have clones of these characters come back in some fashion. You can have these characters come back in some fashion. And even Fulgrim, right? He actually came back. Like, no joke, no shit, no whatnot, right? You know, like, the loyalist form of Fulgrim did actually come back to the setting at one point, and was rightly persecuted for the crimes of his former, right? And mind you, Fulgrim is kind of an asshole, right? You know, as Primarchs tend to be. But, you know, like, he was not necessarily a reasonable asshole, but he was at least one with an actual, you know, with actual conviction, right? He was all about being the Emperor's favorite. And, you know, like, what happened with the OG Fulgrim was entirely due to the influence of the demonic sword that he happened to come in contact with. You know, you get rid of the sword, you eliminate that from the equation, Fulgrim is just Fulgrim, and Fulgrim has no real reason or inkling as to want to actively betray the Imperium or the Empire or his father in that respect. It was the sword that mainly, you know, like, produced these thoughts into his head, and not so much him himself. Though the possibility could still exist, I guess. But the point is that, you know, when Fulgrim came back in the form of, like, a clone, you know, like, loyalist Fulgrim was basically persecuted rightly. He had no idea or context as to what the fuck was going on. He knew he had a familiarity of who he was and, you know, like, where he stood within the Imperium, but he was shocked and awed when he found out that his original self, the Fulgrim that everyone knows, the Fulgrim that he basically stems from, was turned to chaos and essentially, you know, tried to destroy the Imperium. And this rightly offended the guy, for fuck's sake. And so if even Fulgrim, right, can, like, the original OG Fulgrim, to some capacity, right, like, this is like loyalist Fulgrim before the heresy. If he can feel a sense of bitterness and spite at himself over the fact that he actively went against the Imperium and actually tried to overthrow and even went so far as to essentially, like, try to destroy it in any capacity, he's not inherently a bad guy in that respect. His loyalties are sound, but, you know, the problem, of course, was, like, again, the goddamn sword. And, you know, with that being said, you know, like, that's the long and short of it. I feel like I haven't heard anything about the Fulgrim clone in a while. I don't know what happened to him. I forgot about what actually happened to Fulgrim's clone. I would love to see a scenario, right, where we see more of the clone in some fashion, but we probably won't. At least not for a while. And that's mainly due to the fact that I can't remember what exactly happened to him since his introduction. So, whatever else, right? I would like to see where Primarch clone, where, you know, like, the clone of Fulgrim essentially goes from here on out, but let's just move on.
And the Chaos Knights. The conflict would result in the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor would be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal the Adeptus Custodes. The Imperium would be vulnerable during this age of rebirth, and Terra would find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure.
Okay. My folks just contacted me for something. I have to go check on something real quick. I didn't realize that they needed me to go check on something. God. In the middle of the stream, no less. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh my god, my fucking model zoomed right the hell on. Alright. Sorry about that. I'm gonna go ahead and make this text while I let this go.
The Orcs. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure, and the Imperium would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas. Over time, this age would come.
Fucking space nuns, let's fucking go. Again, I really like the idea of the Adeptus Sororitas. It's kind of one of the reasons why I think that having female space marines, my personal opinion, right? Female space marines is not necessary. Why would you want female space marines when you have the Adeptus Sororitas? I feel like they do, they fit just, I feel like they fit just as well enough on their own within the setting, and they contribute just as much to the, to the idea of having female space marines than making female space marines, because they're actually far more interesting, if not just fucking cooler, than normal space marines. All right, we're talking like Black Templars, but in female form. And not only that, but they're basically like some of the most devastating and the most hardcore fucking people in the setting. I mean, like, for fuck's sake, I would not want to fuck with these women at all. Like, some of the shit that I hear about these ladies in particular, you know, I would not want to fuck with these people. I also would not want to actually fuck with these people because they, you know, God knows what exactly. I mean, mind you, they were kind of whored out initially by fucking, what was his name? Not Lorgar. What the fuck was that guy's name? He was the first ecclesiarchal pope of this well, not the first one, but he was certainly one of them within the Imperium's religion. Can't remember, but he was the one who even brought up and introduced the Adeptus Sororitas into the Imperium. But basically, right, you know, like, he basically, like, once he earned their favor and he introduced them to you know, well, he didn't directly introduce, at least I don't think he directly introduced them to the Emperor at any point in time. He definitely earned their favor, their undying loyalty, and they were entirely comfortable with being whored out to other, like, nobles and other people and other, like, world leaders and faction, you know, like other human leaders, factions, and world governors, among other things, right? As just a way to keep their alliances and allegiances, as well as just to continue to earn their favor, you know, as a form of politics. But, you know, like, the Adeptus Sororitas, while they certainly started from rather humble beginnings to then kind of getting, like, used by this particular sort of, like, asshole, they did eventually, like, once they met the Emperor, and, you know, they were kind of convinced of the wrongdoings of this particular guy, they turned against him rightly and subsequently executed him, leading to some of the funniest lines in the history of 40k I've ever heard. Fucking, you are accused of these crimes, and by your own rights, you are basically sentenced to death. Do you have anything to say in your defense? I can't die. I'm too busy. And then dies. It's just, it's funny. I can't die. I'm too busy. That is a line of all time. Anyways, that after all of that shit happens, right? You know, like, fucking, you know, the Adeptus Sororitas is forever seen as, like, the brides of the Emperor. They're, you know, like, they're firmly work for the inquisitorial, like, they're firmly established as the inquisitorial part of, like, of the Imperium, and they are essentially, like, kind of like the strong arms of the Imperium. Specifically, what they do is they hunt down demons and Xenos alike, mostly heretics. Their entire job description is to hunt down and purge heretics from the Imperium. And they're essentially, yeah, they're basically just hardcore nuns, but with an extra bit of a chip on their shoulder. And that's kind of the part that makes them more fascinating. It makes them more interesting. It's just like, they're basically space nuns, but they're really hardcore at what they're about. And I'm totally behind it. I totally dig it. They're really fucking cool. Not just in the way that they're established, but also just, like, in their background and backstory and history. But they're also just really fucking cool in concept. Just like, I mean, look at this image. It's so fucking cool. It looks so dope. You can't help. And then some of the things that you're told about what these people do when they go into battle is just as fucking gnarly as the concept that they're basically space nuns. It's fucking crazy. Anyways, let's just move on though.
Come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000. Which, you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside the galaxy, as a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way, the Tyranids, monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence, or through the more covert gene stealer cults, the presence of yet another threat in the galaxy is proving to be overwhelming to the Imperium. In the 41st millennium, there is no peace among the stars. At any point, your life can and will be threatened by the Xenos races uncountable, or by the arch enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. Forget the power of technology and science, or the safety of promise and understanding. For in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Man, it took us this long to get to the fucking title card. God.
A fantastic job once again, Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal over the course of 6 hours break every single bone in his body. And with that, once again, our glorious leader has brought the crime rate to 0%. Always brought to you here on Nostroman News. I'm your host, Bricky. Thank you once again for joining us. Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic gang violence problem we're currently having. Oh, I'm sorry, what's that? Oh right, it's gone. It's looking to be a chilly one tonight as well, so make sure your skin capes are nice and tight. Wait, hold on, one moment. No. Adamantium reserves have tripled? Wait, I'm sorry. Self-harm rates have gone down to 0%. The Night Haunter smiled? No. This could only mean one thing. It is the Nostroman News' great privilege to bring some color back in your life with the brand new 3-part Gamer Supps drop exclusively on this here news network. That's right, your esteemed host Bricky, myself, is dropping a 3-part Gamer Supps release for pre-order, available now and only for a couple of weeks. Not only does it include a completely brand new artwork reskin of the Sweet 6-pack flavor, one of the highest selling flavors in the entirety of Gamer Supps, but it also comes with the first ever all over print Gamer Supps 32-ounce jug. And if that isn't enough for you, if the phenomenal drink,
I mean, it looks pretty fucking rad, I'll give them that,
is not enough for you, we have a desk mat to go along with it. That's right, the Herculean look of the brand new Sweet 6-pack style is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time we're talking taste, we're talking Atlas, we're talking.
I like the look of it being painted and it looks like it's on a canvas. I like that look.
Should you pre-order all 3 of these items, we'll personally hand sign a note for you thanking you for supporting this network. All of this you can receive for 10% off if you go down in the description of this video and click the link, or go to gamersupps.com/Bricky and use code Bricky. Save 10% off with code Bricky. Bring some color back into your life and increase production across the board for our glorious leader, the Night Haunter. Thank you, Gamer Supps, for sponsoring Nostroman News, and let us move on to our next scheduled program. 5 years ago, I made every Warhammer 40k faction explained. A passion project of mine for a universe that I enjoyed so much. Its main purpose was to be a drawbridge, the separation between the layman who had only ever seen the big armored blue man situated neatly next to a Wetzel's Pretzels, and then the hardcore Warhammer lore nerd. That was just too wide, and there was nothing bridging these two together. Since 2020, Warhammer has exploded in popularity thanks to COVID, quality game updates, and a few excellent video games, and a couple miniseries. The sheer volume of people who have told me they have purchased miniatures due to that video alone makes me feel as if Games Workshop owes me commission. However, that video is incomplete. I was not a casual fan, but I was also not a hardcore lore junkie. In the 5 years since that video's release, multiple channels have sprouted up, and the drawbridge between casual to the obsessed has never been wider or easier to traverse.
Yeah, I would definitely say that that is a factual statement, especially with how expensive some of the books even just themselves are. Like, if you're not someone who makes a whole lot of money, it's very hard for someone who isn't working IT to essentially get into the fucking hobby. So, you know, unless you have a decent job, you're not going to get into this very comfortably. But, yeah, no one's really buying figures as much, I would say, anymore. Most people are just delving into the accessible media of video games and some books here and there, but otherwise, you know, there's a lot of room and a lot of ground to cover. So yeah, the gap is not just wider, it's also just terrifying. And also the fans, while most of them are very accepting of newcomers, there are some people who scream louder than others. You know, as most fandoms tend to be, you know, like there are some people who try to police who and what gets into the franchise, which I don't necessarily see that as inherently a bad thing. You know, I feel like there is some vetting that needs to be done sometimes in most fandom circles. It's just that, you know, when you're overreaching, right, that's when it becomes a problem. When it becomes too much of a, like, you're not a fan unless you know X and Y things, that's when things get a little too obsessive. And it just becomes a problem. I feel like that people should be allowed to explore a franchise at their own pace and should be comfortable in their ability to do so. The problem, again, right, you know, because as someone who's I've had my fair share of gripes and problems with the fans of certain other franchises, like Dark Souls, for example. The main problem that I have with most fandoms is that, you know, like, the elitism isn't inherently a bad thing. In fact, I would actually say the elitism could be a good thing if used appropriately. Like, you know, kind of like cancel culture. You know, cancel culture is evil most of the time, and it's abused heavily to an excessive degree. But when used appropriately, it could weed out some otherwise troublesome figures out of most forms of media and out of most forms of entertainment. Like, here's an example. Games journalists are garbage human beings. Most of them don't even play games. Most of them don't even like games. And they tend to talk about and harp on stupid shit that nobody cares about. And now it's just become their job description at this point because it garners clicks. As far as I'm concerned, they're a dying industry, and they need to get the fuck out. But you know, it's not as if you can't succeed as a games journalist. It's just that the problem, of course, is that nobody actually wants to do real, honest-to-God, hardworking journalism anymore. The only person who seems to care about that nowadays is Jason fucking Schreier, and Jason fucking Schreier still has moments and tendencies to immediately go down the rabbit hole of basically shitting on customers sometimes. It's unavoidable. I think that when you really have to look at the bigger picture and the grander scheme of things, I feel like we have to do some vetting as a community to do, you know, like, to get rid of the worst apples among us. And I feel like that, and again, I say this with a lot of emphasis, right? And a lot of preface. Gatekeeping is not necessarily a bad thing, inherently. I think gatekeeping is actually good, because you need to vet some of the people who come into these spaces, because they, most of the time, right, especially when it comes to journalists, they don't ever come in here with the best of intentions. You kind of need to vet these people a little bit. You can't just be, like, saying no to these people outright. You know, like, of course. But you can't just be allowing anyone and everyone into this thing and then just expecting that they're not going to immediately talk shit about it. or they're going to find some way to have a big old gripe and stink about it, right? This is why I hate it when people... What's the best way to describe this? What's a good analogy for this? The best analogy I can think of is like women, going back to an earlier example, right? Women who earnestly want to get into a male-dominated centric hobby versus women who only come into these spaces just to keep tabs on their boyfriends. You know what I'm referring to, right? We're talking about like the women who come to game nights, and also the women who come to like your roleplay TTRPG experiences, not because they actually want to like be a part of, you know, the game and the story, but more so because they just want to keep tabs on their husbands to make sure they're not doing stupid shit, right? Or because they just want to, or, you know, because they just want to see what is so special about the thing that their husband is getting into, and they don't have the best of intentions of actually wanting to delve into it, among other things. You know, like, you get what I'm saying. You know, like, it's a similar concept, right? You know, like, people who actually want to be a part of the community and actually want to engage in this hobby versus people who just are only here because it's part of their job description, or just because they just want to find reasons to talk shit about it. You know, like, we need to vet these people to some degree. We can't just allow anyone to come in here and just talk about these things and feel like they should have an authority or a say on how things get done, or how, you know, on matters of community-based things. You know, like, you don't want, like, a bad apple to ruin other people's experiences or potentially drive away newer fans from the community at large. You want it to be as open as humanly possible. You need to vet these people just a little bit. All right, it's one of the reasons why a lot of like political, it's a lot of the reasons why a lot of political movements started on. You know, like, it's a perverse thing that happens to not just franchises, but also to well and meaningful reasons to want to get invested into a very particular problem, issue, or form of entertainment. And it's one of the reasons why I fucking hate. Oh, my OBS disconnected. Hang on. And it's reconnected. All right, let me take a look at YouTube for a second. Let me see. All right. Well, it looks like it's fine on YouTube's end of things. Okay. Anyways, long and short of it, you know, it's just not. I think some vetting needs to be done, but it's when it comes to Warhammer in particular, you know, like, the biggest problem right now is just trying to get people into the hobby more so than trying to vet it. And I think that there's a lot of channels who are trying to accomplish that or trying to help do that, but, you know, like, I feel like the only way we're going to bridge that gap is if we make the lore and the stories of Warhammer more readily and easily accessible in the form of video games, traditional media such as TV shows or movies, or other types of formats that have nothing to do with spending an exorbitant amount of money trying to buy figures, getting into a tabletop game, and buying an excessive amount of books. I feel like there needs to be a line that needs to be established, and I feel like if you want to get the most amount of eyes and people into the hobby, you have to increase the net for them to want to be caught up in it, right? And the easiest way to do that, make more games, make more TV shows, movies, which there are very few and far between, especially in terms of movies and TV shows. And I feel like if you can accomplish that, you're basically set. You're golden. But otherwise, yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
And I, myself, have been a part of Adeptus Ridiculous, a podcast teaching lore in a much simpler and condensed form. Needless to say, I've learned a lot. Warhammer is so much more than just Spaceman shoots big gun. It has also grown substantially from its origins, being a Warhammer Fantasy spin-off just in space. Now, it is a black library filled with immensely deep characters, difficult themes, and even some tear-jerking stories. It is a backdrop for 1,000,000 stories over 1,000,000 worlds, and I did not see its true depth in 2020. But now, I'd like to share what I've learned. We just had a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place during it. And we did that because to truly understand each faction, we must understand what makes them the way they are. And to do so, we need to begin in chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture, their powers, and of course, what makes them oh so grimdark. So let's begin with the group that started it all and sing praise to the Infinite Empire. As mentioned before, the Necron tier were the original form of the Necrons, an alien race far away from us that lived short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Normally, this would manifest as like a sort of cancer, a space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necron tier endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount of time, only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with the Catan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time, but the whole species was blinded by hate after being debased by the Old Ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race can't be understated, as their fear was manic. The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars, and when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The scenes from these are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of this space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces trying to outrace death itself, without realizing death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world, an immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself. And the Catan basically were just like to every single person who went in their furnaces. If you were a peasant, you came out a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know it, is made of an extremely advanced mass of re-knitting living metal known as necrodermis. You cannot think for yourself, for you do not have a brain to think with. All you do now is await protocols from your overlords, which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact, not their souls, mind you, but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols, and they are able to command all of their peasantry and do with them whatever they wish. Zarek, the Silent King, is the most advanced of all the Necrons, a perfect metallic version of himself with incredible power and intelligence. His strength allowed him to lead the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle against the Catan when they were at their weakest due to their incessant infighting, and then win back their freedom. But gods cannot die. So in reality, what occurred is the Catan were shattered into thousands of pieces, and each shard of their god was trapped in a stasis vault and mind controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy. The Eldar and the Orcs were quite prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So They went into stasis via these massive tomb complexes hidden beneath various worlds, biding their time until it was once again their opportunity to rule the galaxy. Zarek, the Silent King, as penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million years, with his perfect memory a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day, and the Necrons are reawakening, but it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the tomb world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green glowing rock, the Necrons have come back to reclaim a galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesis Zandrek, believes that he is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See, Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindach. How they calculate that daubing themselves green and roaring like savages will produce a different outcome, I cannot fathom. But it is of no account. Ready, my legions. Another glorious victory shall soon be ours. Other individuals, such as the esteemed Imhotep the Stormlord, seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time has come to an end, while scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orikin the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own hubris and 60 million years of stasis. It is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages brought by it. A pharaoh of a dynasty may just be as frightened to awake completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass in an instant. There is a play, like an opera play, a retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness, because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels. You are immortal, but you are soulless. Despite the Necrons' incredible technology, their mastery over time, reality itself, despite all of this, they still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the humans, Eldar, and orcs that scrape at a fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return the souls to their bodies.
That really asks and begs a lot of questions, like what defines a soul then? If soul is a physical aspect to mortal kind and all manner of life in the galaxy, and it's an actual tangible thing that exists, then the real question then is like, what would be a soul to a machine then? Like, would a soul really matter to machines? It matters to these particular machines because they clearly suffered as a result of not having one. But what defines a soul? Is it individuality? Is it the ability to make decisions? Or is it something else? Like, where then lies a soul for like beings such as the Necrons? That would have to be the next question that the Necrons would have to ask themselves. It's like, what defines a soul for them? You know, like, a soul for them is probably what they strive for, and they probably want to regain their lost souls, as Bricky had mentioned, and that's probably what they were trying to attempt to do. But you know, like, what happens if their pursuits don't really pan out? Because again, their souls were eaten by the Catan, and I don't think the Catan are able to just, you know, hand back the souls that they've consumed as a result of them, you know, dumping the Necron tier into furnaces and then turning them into machines as a result. But rather, I think that it really begs an interesting question of, like, to this new race of machines, what makes a soul an actuality for machines, right? Because they're just basically AI at this point. They are artificial intelligences. And this kind of goes back to a lot of the stories we see in both Mass Effect as a series and a lot of other forms of media. Is like, what determines a soul for machines that, frankly, would not have any, right? In this kind of context, would having free will and the ability to make choices, as well as just having like a sense of individualistic personality and pursuits, what defines a soul for people who have no soul? Or would that just be like a construct? And what determines even that, if they were to define what a soul is for them in general? Like, there are a lot of layers we can ask about this question, and I don't know if we are really like equipped to answer them. I feel like, right, that with the Necrons, their story is one of a philosophical in nature rather than one of like, one of redemption and regaining of former and lost glory. And let's be honest, the Necron tier did not have any glory to speak of to begin with, because they were trying to run from their own demise and their own diseased and cancerous lifestyles. So, that being said, right, it's really a question of like, can they solve this underlying predicament with their existence, with their current state of being? Can they really come to terms with it? Can they truly rectify this issue? Or will they just become consumed by it? Will they be obsessively, impulsively, just in constant pursuit of this one unescapable and unattainable thing? And I feel like that is a question that I think is at the center of the Necrons as a whole. And I would like to see some stories around the Necrons focus around maybe answering these questions, but again, that relies entirely on Games Workshop actually bothering to wanting to like help make that a thing that is focused in their storyline to begin with. And from what I understand about Games Workshop is that they very much do not want to do anything with the franchise outside of just make money. And so, yeah. It's highly debatable. But yeah, I would love to see more stories focusing on this aspect about the Necrons, because it's, like, I'm not personally interested in the Necrons, but I feel like there could be an interesting story about transhumanism, among other things, with the Necrons in particular, especially since they're far more suited for it. And I feel like there could be an interesting story, especially since it's already like kind of baked into the nature of their character. Like, there are some who literally harvest skin from their enemies in order to feel like they have some sense of flesh mortalism to their existence. Like, they're literally and physically trying to regain the semblance of humanity, or not really humanity, but in this case, mortality that they used to have. And that's just fucking sad and utterly depressing. And I would love to see more of a focus on trying to tell a story and trying to like give us a better idea of what the scope of their overall. I like to get a better idea of what the Necrons are about, and I like to see a really interesting story involving the Necrons in some fashion. Outside of like maybe whatever the Codex books might suggest, as well as like, other forms of books and written media might suggest as well. I like to see a more like a visual and tangible story outside of the ones that you'd have to go and delve into actually researching, right? And I think most people would like that. I think even fans of Necrons would like to see that, because they're not that widely talked about, certainly. Like, they're certainly like touched upon and addressed in other forms of media. Like, you see remnants of their society in Space Marines 2 on a fucking Grave World, for fuck's sake. But you also see a semblance of this in like Battle Sister, the VR game. You even fight some Necron Guardians as well. I would love to see these Necrons actually make an actual in-canon appearance in a other type of like game that isn't the tabletop version at some point, right? as well as just beyond the books. But but I don't know how likely that is, right? And there's even other enemies that have yet to get introduced, right? Like such as what was it? What were they called? They were called the Curs, the Krons, something like that. They were basically bat people, right? They're like a form of like a bat race that is like it's not really talked about widely. The Crave, I think they were calling that. I think about it. They're essentially like a race of humanoid bats that essentially they're kind of like the Tyranids in the sense that they have like a web of consciousness, but only instead of one singular consciousness, it's like a multi network of like other consciousnesses, if I can say it, if that's even a word. But it's basically a giant web of multiple different like minds and consciouses kind of working and intermingling with one another. And the species that they come in contact with, they harvest them and they bring them under their control for primarily the purposes of not just feeding off of them, but also making them slaves and basically helping to add to their power, so to speak. Like the more minds they get in control of, the more powerful they become, I think is the idea. And I would love to see the Crave also make an appearance in some form and fashion, because they seem like an interesting species outside of the Tyranids that operate off of a similar network that might be interesting to talk about. And it would also be a great fucking excuse, right? To bring back, the Lion in some true to form fashion within the 40K timeline, not just as like just in general, but also just like in like some game or some aspect, right? Because apparently, right, there's an actual story where the Lion actually encountered like a Crave homeworld, and after subjugating it and wiping out the Craves on like a Crave matriarch or something on that planet, he basically he got into a weird mind melding with the Crave, and he not only allowed them to kind of invade his mind, but then he basically pulled an Uno reverse card, and so he started invading the mind of that Crave, and then realized that there is a massive network of like Craves working intermingling across time and space. And by having done this, he essentially found the location and got a general idea of where all of the Crave are across the galaxy. And basically what this means is that if the Lion wanted to, he can hunt these people down to extinction, right? There's certainly an interesting storyline to be had here, but we're probably not going to get that. But it would make for a pretty interesting game, wouldn't you say? You play as maybe a group of space marines, a part of the Dark Angels chapter. You go in and you're basically a task force sent to essentially and completely and utterly wipe out the Crave from the galaxy because they pose an actual threat to humanity and to the Imperium. And it could be a very interesting story to tell. And I don't think we're going to get that. But goddamn, if that isn't compelling of a story, or at least as a backdrop for making a game, I would love to see that. And it might even give an excuse to actually finally show a fucking Primarch on screen that isn't just Gilliman in a fucking trailer, right? It would be really interesting to do, I think. But I don't think we're going to get that story. And I don't think Games Workshop actually wants to do that unless someone broaches the idea to them and it's just like, hey, we want to make this game. Do you think you can give us the ability and license to do that? It's just like, maybe. It's just like, but can we use the Primarch in any capacity? Probably not. But it would be really cool to have the Primarch in the game into some capacity. It's just like, nah, but the Primarch... We don't want to confuse our own potential stories we could do with the Primarch. So let's just have these central characters work in their own capacity, and we'll just make the Primarchs more so just a backdrop, serving as a people who give orders and just kind of serve in the foreground, right? We don't need to make them the centerpiece of the story in any fashion, right? I feel like the problem with Games Workshop is that they care more so about the sanctity of their established characters and narratives more so than anything else. And at least in my opinion, right? And I feel like that kind of runs counter to what they could possibly do with these characters in general. Like, I'm not saying that these characters need to be busy doing something at all points in times, but I feel like these characters should do something outside of whatever the hell it is that they're currently doing, right? Like, these are Primarchs, for God's sake. They're in charge of leading the Imperium of mankind in the place of their fucking father, who is currently a vegetable on a goddamn throne. They could at least do anything else other than just fuck off and go do some random bullshit, right? I feel like that's apt. I feel like that makes perfect fucking sense. And I feel like having a Primarch make at least even just like a cameo, right, would at least go a long way into kind of really adding some real weight to the proceedings, right? It's kind of one of the reasons why I think a lot of people were kind of pissed off about the fact that Gilliman never showed up in Space Marines 2, was just because, you know, like, it would really make Titus's story feel that much more impactful if even the Primarch himself kind of showed up and was just like, damn, this was a fucking conflict and a half. Congratulations, Titus. You really done yourself a service. Here's your fucking laurels of victory. Have a fucking nice rest of your fucking day, kind of thing, right? You know, instead of just having the chapter master basically hand him the helmet, it could have been fucking Gilliman of all people. It would actually add some real weight and significance to Titus as a character. You know, like, it could really firmly establish Titus as a character within the setting, you know? Outside of just, like, you know, the fact that he's now become, like, the face of 40K for most normies out there. But anyways, that's just my opinion on that subject. And I'm digressed a little too much now. Let's just get back right into it.
To undo the horrible fate he cast upon them. This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule their dynasty with an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others, it is to undo the decision that doomed them all. Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce people to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars to supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you do fell one of their number, the living metal reknits itself and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again. They're masters of teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will just have its consciousness translocated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. Normally they utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have fallen to various mind viruses. The destroyer cults are hell-bent on killing anything and everyone that lives with an overwhelming force. And then there's the flayed ones, Necrons cursed with I have no mouth and I must scream, a panic attack virus, as the last laugh of Landogo, the Flayer Catan. Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire, and still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming. And slowly, they plan to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when the species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools it spawned in. Our wars burned reality, and the dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours, it is ours. The war in heaven was a catastrophic time for the galaxy, and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necron tier, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the warp. In Warhammer, a soul is real and so is hell, the afterlife, the Empyrean, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium. All of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own, known as the warp. Now, the warp is not like our reality. It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has a current and can become more dangerous depending on where you go and how bad the weather is. As the Immaterium is a reflection of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts, all emotions, all feeling that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp. If an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the warp around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's not something that you can see. It is a parallel, not perpendicular dimension. But it is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there and were just emboldened by the carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate at. At a time, you could say it was more calm, but a certain faction's galactic war in heaven didn't do it any favors. Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods known simply as The forces of chaos are beings that serve directly under their patron deity. There are 4 current gods of chaos at the moment: Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. Each of them represent various facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over their realms. Interestingly enough, while their disciples have physical forms we can understand, the Chaos Gods do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like, though they are conveniently color-coded. Khorne is the god of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing, for Khorne cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore. The champions are extremely strong as well, with monumental muscles and extremely large weapons. A true analog to Khorne would be his greater demon, the Bloodthirster, an enormous muscle-bound flying devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing. They move into battle with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course, demonic, one might say, but in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of these gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls, but you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about the wholesale slaughter of people. He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer would be someone who would feed Khorne, but a soldier could feed Khorne. A martial artist or professional fighter could feed Khorne. A warrior, good or bad, feeds Khorne. A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many mortals down the path of Khorne, for he will bless those that bring him enough skulls. And in a world this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally for him. Prepare the Dreadclaws and unchain the Mad Ones. Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them with fury and rage, giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us. As to the rest, their lives and possessions are ours, but their skulls are for Khorne. Normally, if I ever want to explain Khorne, I just kind of show them this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard. Warriors like you and me, straight to the face.
Moving on, Tzeentch is the second god, the god of trickery and mischief, the changer of ways, the great conspirator, and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms, but there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear.
Where the f
What is this from, by the way?
Asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?
He is such a conniving little bastard that every emotion of lying, of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful partner, a politician, a spy. All these people feed Tzeentch in one way or another, and it doesn't matter if the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch. Change does. Tzeentch doesn't care about your facts. He only wants opinions. Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Tzeentchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones. But are they? The creatures at his disposal.
I mean, if Alex Jones says it, and it turns out, I mean, it's a 50-50 if it turns out to be true, right? Alright. Alex Jones has proven that he's a broken clock that's at least right twice a day, right? So I imagine, right, that if Alex Jones were to say it, I'd almost be half inclined to believe it. Almost. I mean, there's been things that he's been wrong about in the past, but there's been a lot of things that have come out recently where it's just like, Jesus Christ, that's actually true. Fuck. Like, that's the funny thing about people like Kirsha, Alex Jones, among other types of people, is that they sound like conspiracy theorists at first, but then when you actually realize, wait, so there was something going on with the water plants that were actually running, that were actually doing something to the water that was actually making the frogs literally gay. And engaging in weird homoerotic attempts on one another. It's like, Jesus, right? There's funny things that come out of that shit. Boy, but yeah, you know, like it's one of the reasons why people like Alex Jones, I imagine, get the platform, right? It's because he tends to get into contact with people and attains information, right, that most people don't want other people to know, which is why they get deplatformed. It's one of the reasons why I don't look at every deplatforming as like this inherent, like, oh, well, he was clearly wrong and he was spreading wrong thing. No. There's usually something to it, right? You know, like, you don't look at every potential, like, issue or problem or thing that's ever been said or done that guarantees that someone gets deplatformed from a platform and immediately think to yourself, I mean, at least you shouldn't, right? And you shouldn't immediately think to yourself, you know, this person probably had a good reason why he was deplatformed. And the main reason, if it was like, oh, he was saying things that just are factually untrue, well, then you have to ask yourself, well, why is it untrue? You know, like, you have to ask the questions. And if nobody else is going to ask them, you might as well should be the one to ask them, right? If what Alex Jones said was so wrong, then why was he deplatformed? You know, like, might as well let this fish flounder and continue to flounder as he dies and sputters in his fallacies. But apparently for some people, no. That's just awful. That's just god-awful. That's just too much. We can't allow that to happen. No. We have to get rid of him. And that's why I think that a lot of the funny things around Alex Jones actually turn out to be true speaks more volumes about the credibility of the things he's ever said versus the crazy shit that... I mean, listen, there's a reason why I say we live in clown world, and when I say we live in clown world, I genuinely mean it. That he didn't get the platform because he was wrong. He got the platform because he was apparently too spot on. He was too right, and some people found out about it and they got a little uncomfortable about it, and they didn't want to have to answer or even begin to even fathom how to answer certain questions. So they were just like, okay, we're just gonna get rid of the guy, and then we're just gonna bury it as the ramblings of a madman, right? And you know, back in the day, the fucking government and certainly like the big companies, including water companies among other things, right? They certainly had the financial means and incentives to do it and the ability to do it. So that just seems to make sense to me, just wholly and just realistically. It makes perfect fucking sense. Most companies can't get away with doing the same shit that they used to anymore because the government has had a changing of hands, right? And so they don't have the same level of ability and maneuverability as they used to. Like back in the day, they had a lot of useful fucking puppets called, I don't even want to get into this, but they had a lot of useful fucking idiots and puppets in Congress and in the government to essentially get away with doing whatever the fuck they wanted. And now that we actually have a shifting and changing of hands, where there's now more spine in the government than there was before, everything's kind of changed in the direction of like, we're going to put everything America first, and regardless of what that actually means, you don't exactly have a whole lot of leg room to be able to get away with the same fuck shit that you used to. Especially since the guy in question who's currently leading the government, has had a lot of fuck shit happen to him as a result of a lot of the fucking that's been going on in the background. All right? Say what you want about the guy. A lot of funny and crazy things resulted in his presidency, and I genuinely, regardless of what you have to say about Trump, the guy has had a lot of unfair criticism, as well as some genuinely bizarre and fucked up ones levied in his direction, and not a whole lot of them are based off of actual credibility or facts, and I find that highly suspect. So, regardless of what your opinions and feelings are on the matter, I take anything and everything people say from that side of the aisle with a massive grain of salt. Massive grain of salt. Especially since they were trying to run hit and smear campaigns since this man took office. It's crazy, the kind of shit that's going on right now. But anyways, point being, I don't want to get this too connected or too twisted, especially since I'm doing a reaction video with Bricky on the screen. I don't want to be disrespectful in any fashion. I feel like that we live in a clown world, and if people as crazy sounding as Alex Jones can sound like a sensible fucking person in hindsight, Jesus fucking Christ, I don't want to know what is and isn't true anymore. It's one of the reasons why I stopped paying attention to politics.
Will adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune. Third of the Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence, the grandfather himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact opposite of Tzeentch. Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay. We will all rot, and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between, comes under the great shadow and girth of Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the plight of mortals is his fear and whine. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease, every rot and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the Great Unclean One, and look at how happy he is. And there's a lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strength. The Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should you embrace your grandfather's gifts, you may find an end to your pain. Maybe. All mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls. But those that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is. Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the three major Chaos Gods for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale, ever present, but now fact on the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos, an advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had, or so they couldn't. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an attempt to combat the Necrons in Catan, the Old Ones made a new species. One with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the
Eldar!
The Eldar are a race of pointed-eared humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves, and these elves ruled the galaxy in the time the Necrons went to sleep and humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know of. Their understanding of
Hey, there it is, Battlefleet Gothic.
Exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case it's more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into hell for that power. So if you were to say, cast Fireball, your mind would reach into the warp, gather the strength to rewrite reality, to then cast Fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean if you are opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of risk to yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp? Yes! However, in Warhammer 40k, willpower is a real, tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in.
Which, kind of is a really good reason why their Eldar are designed that way, right? It makes a nice biological and scientific reason as to why the Eldar are as prickish and as snobbish as they are. It's because, you know, they need to be confident at all times in order to stave off the influences of chaos. And I feel like that makes perfect sense. Willpower would be a strong thing that the Eldar would have, outside of just being intellectually superior. But yeah, as far as like the warp is concerned, you know, like God, I like playing Dark Tide. I haven't played Dark Tide in a bit. I feel like that in terms of warp use, it certainly it comes with its own increasingly sort of like it has its own sort of drawbacks and potential risks involved, especially if you're a human. I don't think the Eldar have this problem. And seeing, you know, like from everything that I have seen and that I have heard about the Eldar, they seem to have the power. They seem to have the warp power thing down packed. You know, like they can get the power that they need from the warp without too much effort because it's just innate to them. Because that's how they're designed. They're designed that way, so that way they can get the most amount of pull and power from the powers of the warp innately, so that they can have an easier time combating all of their foes and enemies, specifically the Necron tier. Well, not the Necron tier, but the Necrons, you know, at the time, because they were created by the old ones to fight them. Makes sense that they would make an entire species that would wield a level of chaos against them, as, you know, and it's kind of one of the reasons why the Eldar are kind of one of the greater foes, is because they actually wield world-altering power that could be used against the Necrons. And if this was still like, you know, the Eldar of old before the fall, right? They could easily extinguish the entire Necron race off of the face of the galaxy. But because they're in the perfect state that they're in right now to be able to allow and facilitate the Necron's existence, on top of the fact that humanity exists, and humanity is pretty both efficient, you know, it's pretty inefficient in their ability to actually retain control over the galaxy, as well as just kind of, you know, like, they're not only are they incapable of being able to run their own civilizations, they're kind of stubborn, and they're not easy to kill in spite of this. And so there's, you know, like, humanity is a problem, the Eldar are a problem, and everyone's a problem. Everyone's kind of a problem. They're all trying to, like, you know, like, we're all kind of in conflict with one another, and we're all just trying to, like, make use and just trying to make the best out of this position that we all find ourselves in. But generally speaking, we all tend to jive with one another in some form and fashion. And it's kind of one of the reasons why I think, again, right, that the Eldar should definitely consider kind of working alongside humanity at some points, because eventually, right, you know, if they continue on as they are, and if they do end up making a very cataclysmically terrible decision, a very woeful decision, mind you, they're just going to be on the verge of collapse again. And I think that's a very, very bad thing to have to be constantly in a position of. And I think just strategically and optically, right, it just would make sense for the Eldar to try to at least establish some type of relation, if not with humanity, right, with another sentient species, maybe even work with the Tau in some aspects, since the Tau are already, you know, like, they're at least willing to, like, hear you out first before they try to stab you in the back. At least that's the vibe that I get from them. So, you know, like, I feel like it would work well for the Eldar's interests as well as humanity's interests, and maybe even other species as well, if they could kind of, like, collaborate a little bit amongst themselves, so that way everybody gets what they need in order to survive. But granted, humanity is not going to do that very easily, you know, because they're xenophobic. And then there's the fact that the Tau kind of want everyone to fall in facsimile with the Greater Will, which is a religion of their own. And while they're certainly accepting of other races, to become a part of their society and their culture, you know, their willingness to want to subjugate them is also hyper dependent on whether or not they're actually going to want to comply with that, right? I imagine. I don't know much about the Tau, but what I have heard about the Tau is that they are very religious, and in that sense, they don't really take to people who don't share the same the philosophical leanings as well as ideological faith that they have. And so they don't really seem like the greatest people to work with at first, but you know, when your choices are work with humanity, work with orcs, or potentially Tyranids, as unlikely as that sounds, you know, like, what else do you have? Well, the Tau are the only people who seem to actually not give a shit if you're a Xenos or not, so might as well kind of establish some level of rapport with them to hopefully maybe do something about, you know, with that. I mean, who else are you going to work with? The fucking Harley Quinns? I mean, they're basically just elves that work for a laughing god. I don't know what else to say about that other than the fact that I don't think they really care for their own species' culture and well-being as much as they care about serving their laughing god. I don't know what else to say about that other than just that, so there you have it.
Powerful Psyker.
I've already went on a tangent enough about that.
Small hole, but with immense force to get the same amount of power with less risk. The Eldar are master Psykers. Every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over millions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures out of it. In some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created called the Webway? What about dying? Miss me with that. We no longer age. And if we do, we can just be reborn like that. Food, water, materials, we make things out of distilled warp essence itself. We sing unreality into cathedrals to dine in. What truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear? The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves, with a society so perfect they wanted for naught, and this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When the base functions of society are no longer a problem for you, you tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing, but how come we don't do sports to the death? I mean, I'm just saying, like, if both participants are willing and clear about it, like, what really is the problem there, you know? Art is in the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art is completely up to the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism. With a slow and consistent hedonism, the Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from one another, the trade of slaves and concubines, and much worse. The Eldar physiology has their emotions heightened, and they can feel more than a human does. So while it can provide lows of pure despair, it can also provide greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging between the two of them was the Eldar game. The warp took notice of this heavily, and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of warp storm so pronounced and so volatile that it cut off interstellar travel for all those who used it. Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years. The Eldar, all but removed from the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough. More murder, more torture. It's art, it's delicacies, it's life. This silence offends Slaanesh. Wait. Slaanesh, the prince of pleasure, she who thirsts, the god of unspeakable excess, is our fourth chaos god with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title. Slaanesh is a bit of a tricky one, because with our other 3 chaos gods, there was a certain understanding of human emotions and desires, but for Slaanesh, that desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion, excess, and many others. The pursuit of more, the want to do more, experience more, become more. That's what gives Slaanesh their gifts. A lot of people believe that Slaanesh is something that originates with sex, specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slaanesh patrons are all very lithe and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive to a variety of intrigues. However, to think that Slaanesh specifically derives from sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slaanesh is the dark prince of desire, it's more on the lines of
tricks on it,
excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch and scent and desire, and a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slaanesh, one that aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit of that alone will feed Slaanesh. Whiplash is Slaanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring on a dance pad feed Slaanesh.
There are no 2 words in the English language more harmful than good job.
But is there a line?
No, man, no.
This also moves into the concept of feeling. Sensation is a majorly Slaanesh-coded thing. It might start off feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More. You must have more. Many of the disciples of Slaanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The Keeper of Secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain with an aura all the more fatal. They dance and sing, but there's always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring gaze that will pull you in right before the demonic entity can crush you in that grip. Slaanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable. Tables of delicacies and rivers of wine tempt the user to such a degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves. That is one of the 6 layers of Slaanesh's palace. This was the ecstasy that the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment, indulge in every whim, let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such concerns or worries. Every power is ours to use, every sensation ours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal. With the birth of Slaanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality, a fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant, Slaanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slaanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality, their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and, in doing so, have found very creative ways. In the modern world of Warhammer, the craft world Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy and represent the elf style that many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves in space, not those elves. We'll get to them. A craft world is a monumentally large
God help
starship,
us.
the size of a continent, that acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slaanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slide back into their old ways. The representation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age, the path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a...
How much you want to bet that Eldar warriors have a copy of Musashi's writings and then the, what was it, the Four Rings, I believe it was? I don't remember. But how much you want to bet they have a copy of some of Musashi's writings? It's a joke, but it's funny though, because if that's true, then their society must be very interesting to be sure. You know, as somebody who kind of likes samurai culture and kind of likes feudal era Japan stuff to a certain degree, it's certainly an interesting period to really base the Eldar off of.
Soul Stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plagued them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down a path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of Eldar. Those are called Soul Stones, the biggest middle finger to Slaanesh they can think of. See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and instead of their souls going to Slaanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so very literally, as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often, larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stones, such as the Infinity Circuit in the craft world itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from the tree. Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point. Cain, Val, Isha. Azaryan, and so on. These gods are
Was this a
aspects
jar
of the
supposed to
Eldar
be?
pantheon, and while many were killed in Slaanesh creation, their
Was Isho like
For
the
some,
patron saint
strongest
of
devotion to the
debauchery?
Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath
Or
of
at least
Cain,
some type
their
of form of
god
it.
of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each new one. The Howling Banshees, led by Jane Zar, Fugin and his Fire Dragons, Baharoth and his Swooping Hawks, or Malgan Ra and his Dark Reapers. Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way. The Craftworld Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves, and their most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party, it's just beginning. Deep within the webway is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside of the jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slaanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat their inevitable death by placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European mythology. The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors of the city, led by their Archons. Witches and Succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than cattle, livestock that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time. Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the matter is that Drukhari sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder. It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death, for death will see them in the talons of Slanesh for an eternity of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k. In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the Fleshsmiths control group, or being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love. Grow to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they succeed, they become some of the worst monsters in the known galaxy, a dark reflection to the Craftworlders and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins. Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric style that I would normally laugh at if they weren't riding dinosaurs like ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegarak. They arrive never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar and sometimes even humanity for reasons we can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have, were they not stripped of their army book and folded into the Eldari Codex. So I suppose it'll have to stay a mystery, or maybe it was one of Kegarak's master plans to get back at She Who Thirsts and save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Kegarak, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny blue planet across the galaxy. Oh, speaking of. Before the fall of the Eldar, Earth, or Terra as it's called, was in ruin. One man who looks to put the pieces back together. Where did he come from? We don't know. Some say he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final old one who escaped their species' genocide. And those that are smartest know the answer is, it doesn't matter. He revealed himself.
To be fair, the question itself is more interesting than the answer, so I would say yes. And for franchise sake and for I wouldn't say contextual sake, but for mystery and for intrigue sake, it's not answering that question is probably the best possible thing you could do with the Emperor as a character. As far as like fleshing out the Emperor himself, well, you could certainly do that. You could do that all day. It just, he's already got an entire 50 books written, not just about him, but also about his Primarchs and particularly one of his sons. So, yeah, there's a lot to choose from.
As the Emperor of Mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of humanity into old night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together. Unifying Terra under his rule, the Emperor founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist. He was the supreme leader and nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures, and he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned, religion banned. You did as the Emperor told you, or his Thunder Warriors would put you in your place. That place often being a grave. Now, Terra was thriving, but humanity needed to reclaim its long-lost brethren scattered across the stars. But to do so, he needed those that could build him a fleet truly meant for the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention to the red planet of Mars. Mars and Terra were close allies long before the Unification Wars. Mars was the first world terraformed by humanity and became what would ultimately be the first hive world, an epicenter for industry and technology. The Age of Strife did not treat the Red Planet kindly, however. Mars was cut off from Terra during this time, and the warp storms that ravaged the planet turned it into an absolute nuclear hellscape. Those who were on the surface were turned into your run-of-the-mill mutant if they even survived the bombings they inflicted on themselves, but others were lucky enough to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout shelters. These became their generational habitats, but this resulted in extreme reliance on technology and those who could use it. They began to view the technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention, with those skilled in it as priests. The Martians began to worship the power of the machine, and this resulted in the formation of the cult Mechanicus, the belief in a holy trinity known as the Three-in-One. The machine god, serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known, the motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router, and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is three-in-one. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there, and they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy, but the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars, and this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor will be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner, and the Mechanicum of Mars will be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically so long as they kept up their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forge worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of Silica Animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with, and that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing.
God, I remember seeing that AI image at one point. I don't remember where it came from, but I feel like I've seen it like a while ago. I think that was during when AI was in its infancy. Jesus fucking Christ. The Rock eating rocks. Ay, ay, ay. Ugh. Anyways. An interesting detail is that as smart as these guys are, one of the Primarchs, I believe it was not Ferrus Manus, but it was his alter, what was it? Perturabo, that's what it was. Perturabo came to the planet to learn all he could about Mechanicus technology, among other things. And I'll get into that in a second. And the Perturabo basically came to the planet, and within the span of a couple of weeks, he basically learned all he needed to know and learned all that there was to know on on Mars's planet, which is kind of crazy to think about. At least I think that's how it went. But he basically learned everything that was accessible to him, essentially. And he then proceeded to fuck off and basically start his own sort of like industrial sort of like, he furthered his own technological industrialism with his legion as a result of this. Looks like my folks are home. Anyways, it's one of the other interesting factoids about the Mechanicus, right, is that, they're very much operating off of like already pre-existing technology. They don't really make too many new things with their technology. At least I don't think they do. A lot of the technology that they have is very much like pre-heresy era, pre-collapse era technology that they already had access to, and any other technology that was from, the Dark Ages is usually not so much as like, they don't ever like what is the word that they use? They don't ever like reverse engineer anything. They pretty much just keep it as an artifact and they just leave it as is. They're very iffy about deconstructing anything to learn how it functions, despite the fact that they're very scientifically driven. One of the other funnier details, though, is that while they certainly don't want to deconstruct anything, they don't like creating anything new either. So they're kind of a weird bag, aren't they? Of like religious machine cultists who want to further technology, but don't at the same time like to keep the status quo. And that's kind of a weird, fascinating sort of issue with the Mechanicus, because you think with technology, you want to look for increasingly more effective ways to further technology and technological prowess. But the Mechanicus don't want to do that. Instead, they just want to keep the things that already existing, and they would rather keep building upon the things that they already know and that they already have the blueprints for. It's one of the reasons why we can manufacture a lot of things in 40K ad nauseum, because there's blueprints that exist for the means to do that. But simultaneously, right, you can't actually like you can't actually create like Like, you can't create age era level technology a lot of the time because not only is that technology just lost, it's also, like it's either seen as potentially dangerous and heretical, maybe, but it's also seen this primarily as like, like even if they were to find old world tech, they would rather just keep it in a vault somewhere and never be used because they find it either too dangerous or they find the technology itself to be, I guess it's just mostly out of concerns for danger, really. I'm not too familiar with the Mechanicus lore around them. I just know certain details, and one of those details being, I think, this aspect of it. But the Mechanicus are interesting because they're kind of like an inverse of science, right? Of technological science. They don't want to actually promote the use of science. They don't even want to really evolve it in any fashion. They just want to keep the technology the way it is and just keep the status quo continuing and turning and just further building upon what's already established in their own means, from the looks of it. At least that's the sense that I get from it. And that seems kind of weird when you think about it. And so it's one of the reasons why, like, there's a lot of sensors for, like, things like your bolt gun, or why you need to light like an incense before you access a terminal. It's because their religious aspect to technology is baked into everything. They think everything is has a machine spirit in it, and so everything essentially needs to be appeased in order for you to truly access it, which is very bizarre, but it's an interesting sort of accumulation a merger between science and faith. And it's kind of interesting when you get down to it. It's very interesting, I will admit. It's one of the reasons why 40K stands out as one of the more interesting franchises to ever exist, because it has such a weird compilation of so many different things, such as themes, religions, factors, philosophies. Even it's got a lot of things baked into it that just make it stand out from most other contemporary forms of media. And I think a lot of people, including myself, just find that so utterly fascinating.
Maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them. And then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds is another thing entirely.
Oof.
Your incompetence is showing.
An excerpt from the Servitor Creation Factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switch-packed line between high fences. The manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the line slowly advanced, the people were passed through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violent metal arms snatched them up and spread
the classical music is just pretty ads for this.
Shaved them all over. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counter-septic wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects winnowed out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy rubberized garment common to all monotask servitors. These
never did turn
were
on
saggy
captions,
on
did
them,
I?
all one
bad.
size, until another process force shrank them to fit their bodies, where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into vulnerable flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor, buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep. "What's that for?" I asked. "Follicular inhibitor. To stop their hair from growing," he said. Freaking sweet, Lois! As for their scientific pursuits, the Mechanicum believe in the preservation of knowledge above all, and the quest to expand it. However, as opposed to just innovating and inventing on their own with their vast technological know-how, they believe that it is a form of tech heresy. You see, because of their religious viewpoints on technology itself, they believe that the instruction booklet itself is just as holy as the Lego set it builds, and to innovate on that without the proper written knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself. All knowledge is already in the universe, you simply need to rediscovering it, and attempting to invent something to improve upon divinity is very heretical. Prior to the Age of Strife, humanity was able to populate the stars with divine
Even though most technology is made and written by humans, but that's the more that's the more weird oxymoronic aspect about it, I guess. God, this shit's funny.
devices known as standard template constructs, or STCs. These devices were, as far as we know, supercomputers with the ability to pull up and detail how to create literally anything a startup colony would need. Essentially, they were devices with the entirety of human technological know-how so that you could make a home away from home. The Mechanicum will not make anything without an STC. Quite literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is divine. One time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this. A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious organization, you can probably guess the Mechanicum are organized in a feudal structure, with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood. Cream of the crop being the fabricator general of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanicum below. Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult for the quest of knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently, what can cause some power struggles within the Mechanicum, because, you know, despite them all being weird robots, they love being given praise. And despite being the manufacturing end of the Imperium, they do actually have their own military forces. They have the Skitarii Private Army and all their various 1920s Martian-style mechanisms like Doom Crawlers, Castellan robots, and of course, the Titan Legions, because nothing is cooler than a robot that towers over buildings. Ultimately, their very dogmatic view on technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming absent, thus causing the Imperium to stagnate as a whole. The lack of ambition to create anything new and the wholesale murder of anyone who even tries leads to things becoming derelict. I grow weary of this flesh I was born into, strangely disgusted by its nature. I crave only the cold, clean certainty of steel and silicon, that I might become one with the blessed machine. I do not expect you to understand, you who cling to your flesh as if it were immortal, seeking only to preserve it, to protect it. One day you will see the folly of your ways, and then no doubt you will come begging to my order to preserve you. After the groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did, and he went forward to crafting a brand new tool. One more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul.
They are my space marines.
They shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is...
Oh god, don't even get me started. The way he treated Angron when he first met him was fucking crazy. I mean, it's truly astonishing just how disposable most people are to the Emperor, despite the fact that the Emperor himself wants to save and usher mankind to greater glory. It's truly astonishing, really. What's even crazier, though, outside of, like, the way he's treated most people, including the Primarchs, you know, is that he willingly disregards in his own sort of mentality and ways of thinking on a whim if it seems beneficial or fruitful to actually utilize the things that, you know, that's easily taken for granted. Like, for example, when the Cult Mechanicus decided to call him the Omnissiah, as was explained in just a second ago, that shit is a little crazy, considering he just literally got done slaughtering most religions off of the face of the earth. He got rid of most of them, and burns most churches down to, like, you know, into the ground. And then he suddenly goes to Mars, realizes there's a burgeoning industry here, and just ups and decides, well, I can't just straight up eradicate these people, because, I mean, I don't know how this works, and I don't think we have nearly enough people around who are intellectually superior enough to know how this stuff works. So I'm just gonna have to accept the fact that these people believe in a religion. And what's even crazier is that he even tolerated Lorgar's bullshit for a while, until even Lorgar was overstepping his boundaries a little bit. A great entire city built around the Emperor and his greatness. And then the Emperor proceeded to then burn the entire thing to the ground with his other Primarch sons. I believe Gilliman and I believe Lionel Johnson was a part of this. And after sacking this city built in his name, you know, it kind of started Lorgar and the rest of the Wordbearer Legion down a path that would inevitably create the heresy that we all know and love, the Horus heresy. But the groundwork was already being set by not just Lorgar himself, but also by one of his lackeys, Erebus, which everybody knows is a fucking asshole and kind of a crazy person. Lorgar is already kind of fucked up, from what I imagine, but Erebus was really fucked up. He took stingers and fangs off of spiders and scorpions and had them fight each other. Kind of fucked up. And I'm not even being facetious. I'm pretty sure that was Lorgar too. That might have been Lorgar actually, but Erebus was just as fucked up. I know that Erebus is fucked up because the words that he got over his face and everything was he basically murdered a guy wholesale just so he can take his markings, claim to be him, and then went on to essentially, right, just assume his identity, and basically he became like the mouth, like the spokesperson for his religion, his religion, essentially, because they all grew up, right, on a very heavily religious, sanctimonious planet that unbeknownst to them, kind of worship the chaos gods unwittingly, as weird as that sounds, but that kind of sets the tone, the undertone of what the Legion, and in particular what Lorgar and Erebus would eventually go down the route of, because subtlety is not something that is understood by Games Workshop sometimes, especially not here. When it comes to the actual characters, the characterizations and stories to be had, they're very on the nose. Very little subtlety most times. Though there is a lot of lore to be had. It's kind of weird how that works, but anyways, moving on.
It's not my son, Arkin. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to acclimate to a situation directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly, and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor himself, despite their genetic differences, and they go as follows in order: Lionel Johnson, Fulgrim, Percherabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogel Dorn, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarion, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon. His sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be, were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have, and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being completed as intended. Though the sources vary, the ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy at unknown places and times. Each one of his sons ended up in a completely different world, and instead of being able to directly influence their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique nature of their respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in general luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor, Malkador the Sigilite, saying, "All right, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive, and one of the primary objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out his will. These original Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go in order: the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, Thousand Sons, Luna Wolves, eventually Sons of Horus, the Word Bearers, Salamanders, Raven Guard, and the Alpha Legion. Space Marines, unlike their gene fathers, the Primarchs are not made in a vat. There is a process to recruit more members from humanity itself, which seems a bit strange considering how massive a Space Marine is compared to a normal man, but don't forget, the Emperor is really good with genetics. Let's go with anesthetic, however. These prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons and methods, and are generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a space marine. Most of the time, the common factor is a pure, unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a space marine. And here is a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you breathe underwater, an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears that keep you from being dizzy, a brain implant that lets you go into suspended animation if you're in a bad shape, skin that acts like transition glasses, I almost got it in one take, a brand new kidney, the ability to taste the air and find enemies like a bloodhound, a special coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to absorb the unique genetic makeup from the gene seed in the first place, and a straight up carapace that allows the space marine to interface with their power armor directly. Quite often, these are put inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious levels of anesthetic. After a more generalized indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium and a bit more training and other.
Ever played The Witcher 3? Yeah, it's basically the process of becoming a Witcher. Just it's just 10 times worse, because instead of just getting a few mutagens strapped into you among a few other things, right, this is like having a bunch of invasive bodily functions suddenly put into your body. You're now far more aware of now than you were before, all these new weird alien features to yourself, and then suddenly you have to come to grips with the fact that you're far different than your average human. Imagine being a space marine after the surgery. Imagine being so fucking done with your life and everything you just went through and experienced, only to be suddenly thrown onto a fucking deserted planet or some sort of death world and basically told, hey, you're going to survive here for about a week or two, and we're going to give you an objective. Complete that objective, or so just fail and subsequently become a servitor, or just fucking die. I don't know. It's mental.
Their important manners, they can finally be welcomed as a fully fledged space marine. A space marine is quite literally a walking tank that is armed to the teeth. Two of the more iconic weapons held by a space marine are their bolt gun, which fires explosive shells the size of soda cans, and a chain sword, which is the Space Marine is clad in a colorful carapace known as power armor, crafted from extremely heavy and durable ceramite. The power armor of a Space Marine protects him from any terrors he may face, be it the void of space itself to an inhospitable atmosphere. This armor, combined almost biologically with an already massive physique, makes the Space Marine an almost unstoppable fighting force. And hell, if the armor doesn't protect them enough, they can always become a walking coffin like the dreadnoughts of the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them. While a Space Marine in its own right is an indoctrinated freight train on legs, how they act can be quite different from chapter to chapter. The gene seed of a Primarch is not just helping them become big and strong, but allows them to gain certain traits from their forefathers. Everything from how they think to even slightly adjusting their physical appearance once it's been implanted, the gene seed can be the personality of an entire Space Marine. Take the Salamanders, for example. Salamanders have a predisposition to fire as a whole, and tend to be extremely large due to the size of their Primarch, Vulcan, and his enormous stature. Whereas someone like Sanguinius, Primarch of the Blood Angels, share more vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also flaws too. Magnus the Red and his Thousand Sons underwent something known as the Flesh Change, a horrifying mutation that, while it made them strong psychers, would affect their bodies so terribly that they would mutate away from humanity. Where other factions have inspiration for their culture from our real world, like the feudal Japanese of the Eldar or Egyptian style of the Necrons, each Space Marine chapter themselves.
Was the Obama representation said drone strikes? I think I get it.
Mongolian fighters. These Space Wolves are Norse Vikings. The Dark Angels are Knights of the Round Table, and so on. This moves into their fighting style, and truthfully, there is no end to the characters and options when it comes to the Space Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol you see, and while many of them can be simply indoctrinated warriors who only care about conflict and can be quite boring, then you meet Dante, or Bjorn, or Argel Tal, or Karn, or Lucius, or Erebus. And then you discover the wealth of these characters and tools of war you can have. For 1100 years, I have fought and I have seen the darkness in our galaxy. I have seen the vileness of the alien and the heresy of the mutant. I have witnessed the sin of possession, and I have seen all the evil that the galaxy harbors, and I have slain all whose presence defiles the Emperor. I have seen what you will see. I have fought what you must fight, and I have slain what you must slay. So fear not and be proud, for we are the sons of Sanguinius, the protectors of mankind. We are indeed the angels of death. Despite being the poster children for Warhammer.
That must be a quote by Dante, because he's the only Space Marine alive who could possibly live that long. I will be right back real quick. I need to go grab some food. And as soon as I grab my food, I'm just gonna leave the thing running, and I just won't be talking the whole time, unfortunately, because, you know, food. And Mike's tendency for mastication back before I had noise suppression, among other things. You know, I'm a little bit concerned by that now. So, I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Do. Hello. Not this overlay. There we go. Okay. And if anybody's wondering, I'm going to be eating a chili dog. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get that started. I'm not going to be talking while this is going, but I will be listening. So if I have anything to say, I will definitely pause to say it.
Warhammer 40k as a whole, the presence of a Space Marine is a rare sight for the countless trillions of humans across the galaxy. Seeing one of these monstrosities is like seeing something akin to an angel sent by the Emperor himself. These angels of death are the essential fighting force to bring humanity back under the unified banner of the Imperium. Yet ultimately, the Space Marines are individuals torn from their families and conscripted to genetic modification and lifelong service for the dying Imperium. And though they are held in an almost holy light, most believe they are above and beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as something worth saving, to the extent that it is a tiny, minute rarity, though not unheard of, for a Space Marine to put a normal citizen above them in any way. For most Space Marines and even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity, and I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes to the tail end of this section. "The time for speeches is done," said Rogel Dorn. "The first great test is here. My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well, and exert yourselves to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all." While the Space Marines are the spearhead of the Imperium's Great Crusade and also a major player in its warfare, there is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on their transport. What sci-fi universe would be complete without its navy? When you think of the navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that is sleek, something mobile, and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in history was the TTC-Wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 458 meters long or over about 1,500 feet. This right here is child's play in the world of 40k ships. A ship that is considered to be an escort vessel in the Imperium is about 3 times the size of a Sea-Wise Giant, and the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers. The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long, or just over a mile in length, where the Dictator class cruisers can be over 3 kilometers or 2 miles in length. The largest ships are your battleships, and they are tremendous. We're talking 5-mile long, half a mile high monstrosities that look like gigantic Gothic cathedrals and filled to the brim with weaponry. And not only are they filled with weapons, but they are also jam-packed with crewmen. Battleships tend to, on average, carry a crew between several thousand to several million, and they need every single one of those members because we don't have advanced technology for other things to pilot themselves or control themselves in a meaningful way because there's no AI. A lot of this stuff has to be done manually. Even the reloading of those giant batteries is a form of manual labor. And of course, generally speaking, gliding through the stars is a very slow way to do things. And let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace travel. This form of travel in 40k is less like going to Plaid in Spaceballs and more like going into Davy Jones' zipper dimension in SpongeBob.
Oh, now what? I suppose you're gonna show me. Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
This is because it utilizes the immaterial warp to do so. Warp travel is handled by a navigator, which is an abhuman. It's a mutated human, don't worry about it. And they have a gene that gives them a third eye and the ability to help steer the ship through the warp, which, as we know, is hell itself and unreality. Now, this might sound exceptionally dangerous, and that's because it is. Now, the ship does have protection in the form of a Geller field, though. Originally, I assumed the Geller field is what you think it is, a large force field stopping all manner of horrible things, like demons from the warp tearing apart your ship. How wrong I was, though. So space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real and you can surf on it. So you allow the current to carry you and the navigator to direct. But how can a current of souls and unreality carry you when it doesn't obey the laws of physics, time, or, again, reality? What a Geller field is not a force field, but a comatose imperial psyker dreaming of reality. It is not a bubble. It is a force of reality being projected by mutant Sleeping Beauty to counteract the unreality of the warp that you can then surf on. This, of course, is not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp itself without this Geller field is a terrifying prospect. In the best case scenario, your ship will be torn to shreds, but there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission and you come back 90 years in the past. Maybe you feel like you're lost in the warp for a century and it's only been 45 minutes. And that is only if the waves of souls don't rip your ship apart or have demons arrive on it to do unspeakable things to the crew. The Imperial Navy is an astronomically powerful force for the Imperium because the sheer volume of ships and guns on those ships create firepower that can sunder planets. This is all juxtaposed with the sheer backwater nature of these ships. While they are manned by crews of zealots, they are also operated with such a backwater tech, it completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves. So how do they load these? Well, they have gun gangs, massive gangs of hundreds of people manually loading these cannons. These are genuine gun loader gangs that get into gang wars and squabbles. On the ship's bridge, you may find the captain himself hardwired directly into the ship's chair permanently to control it the best they can. Giant screens of hololith data fill the room, and sensors across the ship are just as likely to tell you information as a serf running up to you with a scroll of parchment is. You reach to a microphone to shout orders down a hallway as paper readouts tell you information of the enemy, and holy sigils and candlelit incense burners gleam your next move. While the is not a specific faction of the Imperium in the same sense and format of this video, it is what shepherds around the entirety of its armed forces. Every Space Marine Primarch had a flagship, and every strike cruiser and battle barge has a story to tell. But if there is a single thing that the Shield of the Navy does the best, it is to help support and supply the monumental forces of the Imperium, the hammer of the Emperor himself, the uncountable men and women of the... I don't care if these things have adapted to resist our las guns. If we can't kill them with our rifles, then we'll kill them with heavy bolters. And if we can't kill them with heavy weapons, we'll use grenades. And if grenades don't work, then we'll fight them with our swords and our knives and our bare hands. We'll drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the Imperial Guard. Now follow me. Charge! There is no better symbol of the might of the Imperium itself than the Astra Militarum, or as it is commonly known, the Imperial Guard. Though the Space Marines take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim 1,000,000 worlds, you need a countless number of troops willing to fight and die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest.
Yeah, the Imperial Guard and Cadia are essentially the backbone of the Imperium. If they didn't have this, they would have only Space Marines as well as several potentially splinter successor chapters to work with, and even then, they probably don't know every fucking chapter that's out there, so... Yeah, it's, they're kind of boned, unless they have, like, a metric fuck ton of people that they're willing to just throw at a problem, even to the point of literally throwing away lives just to get a job done. It's pretty gnarly what they do to the fucking Imperial Guard.
Every year, the worlds of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor, and this number is impossible to pin down. Even saying billions would be a dramatic understatement. regiment. The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium. 99.9% of battles fought by the Imperium are fought by the sundering might of the Imperial Guard. With the knowledge that the Space Marines are essentially sentient tanks, what do the members of the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor himself, are they not suited up in a similar way? No. Not really. No fancy suits, no biological enhancements, and basically no expectation to live. Once a regiment of guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost no expectations that they will survive. This is because, despite their training, their incredibly powerful armor, and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched to the things they will face. Sending a member of the guard is throwing a rock at a nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in sheer numbers, and their overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all its own. If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next battle, and so on. Seldom do members of the Astra Militarum get old or retire, and those that do are truly to be feared. There's an old saying that the average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from deployment, and considering the sheer number of guardsmen out there in any given battle, that number is probably accurate. When several million of your pool of guardsmen die within the first few hours of combat because the orcs threw a moon at you, it can really screw the numbers. The soldiers of the Guard are conscripted and trained on an incredible number of worlds in the Imperium, and these worlds can impact their training and their combat style directly. The most famous visually are the Cadian shock troops. But other notable Guard factions include the gas mask clad Death Corps of Krieg, the Rambo level of Catachan jungle fighters, and the iron willed Mordian Iron Guard. This also
I'm actually curious about those jungle fighters. I've always heard them mentioned, but I've seldomly ever actually seen anything about them. I wonder if that's a thing I should probably look into. Because they seem like interesting people.
Helps them specialize against individual types of enemies. The Indigan Prefects are a special guard regiment that came from a planet whose planetary governor, the leader of the planet, thought it was fun to collect exotic animals, which then crossbreed and then became the giant freight train-sized monsters destroying the planet. So the Indigan Prefects are specialized for big monsters. Hello, Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is the enforcement officer known as the Commissar, and they are one of the more visually striking members of a regiment. These are specialized Imperial officers and act as morale officers. But instead of singing songs to the troops and providing hot meals, the Commissars are there to make sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter end. If a soldier does not meet the standards of the Commissar, the solution is simple. There are trillions of other soldiers out there. We don't really need you. Combat fatigue? Headshot. Concerns about the conflict? Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a headshot. Considering that these officers tend to be outside of their regiment, feelings on them can be mixed. And in fairness, certain commissars like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or Caiaphas Cain tend to do a bit better with the whole people talking part, because if, say, you were trying to tell a beefed up Catachan jungle fighter what to do, you might take a mysterious leave of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I can truly convey the sheer might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna get a visual aid. Let's take a look at this image right here, right? This is the cover of the 9th edition Codex for the Astra Militarum, the official cover art. Your eyes may be drawn to the dark and brutal looks of some of the main members on the front and the gigantic orc they are attacking, but zoom out a little bit. There is no floor. There is only people, and behind those people are tanks, and behind those tanks are flying artillery shells. There are 2 enormous transport ships in the sky, and their ramps are down, and on their ramps are more people. The Imperium is described as having 1,000,000 worlds. 1,000,000 worlds. And each one of them gives soldiers to the Imperial Guard for the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given fight, Foot soldiers number in the millions, tanks in the tens of thousands, and you have enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have walkers and APCs and aircraft and horse cavalry and tanks the size of apartment buildings. You have drop troops and spec ops and rattling snipers and gigantic ogres that can't count to 4, but they can turn you into 4 pieces, and it just doesn't end. Humanity is a horde army, but instead of a horde of bugs or rampaging orcs, it's a living wall of guns. At the end of the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship that's 10,000 years old to some godforsaken war-torn rock, though he deployed from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute, though he is one of 10 million men and women snatched from his homeworld to fight a war he barely understands, though he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires because the knowledge of how it functions has been lost, though his company is supported by tractor tanks that run on anything you can burn, though he wages war against the devouring hive mind, ravenous demons and hordes of hyper-advanced aliens with strange technologies and sorceries he never dreamed existed. No one will remember his sacrifice. There will be no records of his deeds, no glorious parades in his honor, and no remembrance of his name. All he will earn is a shallow, unmarked grave on a forgotten world untold light years from home. Yet for all this thankless sacrifice, a guardsman is a man, just like you. He has no millennia-old genetic engineering, no prophetic leader, no miracles of faith. He has his lasgun, his orders, and those beside him. He is the Imperial Guard, and he will hold the line. In the end, the Astra Militarum, despite fighting for the honor of the Imperium, are their own form of a massive horde army, where individuality does not matter. They are merely numbers to the Imperium, and the vast majority of the conflicts they are sent to are attrition-based battles that gain virtually no ground, while countless millions die. Yet this makes them the most human. For the Imperial Guard contains normal people, people who are happy and sad, people who laugh and love, and in there are stories, because there is strength in facing the horrors of the universe head-on with nothing but a rifle in your hands and a prayer on your lips. Armed with an innumerable amount of Imperial soldiers and Space Marines, the Navy begins its great crusade into the stars to rescue the stranded Primarchs and reunite them to their legions. But the biggest question needed to be asked was, what would they find? The age of strife lasted for thousands of years. If a civilization was still alive out there in the galaxy, what would they be like? The technological advancements of humanity prior to and during the Dark Age technology was unfathomable. It allowed them to spread through the galaxy with ease and allowed them to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with the vast knowledge of human creations and were given gigantic machines to make arduous labor and ease. The spreading of these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and these ships would be retrofitted into settlements upon arrival to their new homes. Accompanying them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served multiple purposes and the specialized pilots that could maintain them. They were not only able to tend the fields and do labor, but when interstellar communication was cut off, they also did a great job of protecting the colonists against both threats demonic and alien. Because of the significance of these machines, those that could pilot them were powerful enough to be considered leaders, and the upkeep and preservation of the machines and the lineage of those who could pilot them was imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years, would eventually be known as the... He must be humble of heart, strong of arm.
Yeah, the fucking Imperial Knights are crazy. They were meant for farming, right? But these motherfuckers are huge. Like, they're huge. You can actually see an Imperial Knight in Space Marines 2. And it's not the size of a dreadnought like you see in space in the game that you fight alongside with. It's not like a dreadnought. It is very much like a giant mountain of just machine parts. And you can see it on the dead world. And you can even see it in the operations mode. When you're going through the operations mode, like if you're looking out off into the distance, you can see it. It is fucking massive. It's crazy. But yeah. The Imperial Knights are nothing to scoff at.
be savage in war, loyal to hearth, and follow deeds of glory. He must keep honor with all, banish cowardice from his doings, and bring his house no shame. He must serve the emperor and defend the imperium, thus should a knight rule himself. The Age of Strife caused these colonized worlds to be cut off from the Imperium, and the reversion of these worlds resulted in the reverence for this farm equipment turned feudal, and the leadership that controlled the devices became viewed as a noble hierarchy. During the Age of Strife, exploratory fleets from Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it seemed the majority of them reverted to a similar state. Like King Arthur seeing Merlin himself, these feudal worlds welcomed the tech priests of Mars with open arms. The mutual relationship between the Admech and the nobility was beneficial. The Admech were able to secure more worlds for mining resources and potentially long-lost STC information, and the noble houses were provided with technological know-how and modifications from the Admech themselves. The suits became more and more specialized, and their history as mere pieces of equipment were lost to time. What was once a tractor became a killdozer, and the Imperial Knights were born. Unlike other military aspects in the Imperium, the nobility of the Knight houses remains just that, a nobility-focused feudal hierarchy that swears fealty to either the Mechanicum or to Terra. Like the Knights in our history, once they swear fealty, they can be called to aid their respective allegiance in the heat of battle. The ones that swear fealty to Terra are led by the High Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps. The ones with Terra might be sent directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to protect the Forge world. And the heraldry of these houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill War of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines. These knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of the nobility of any given knight house must go through the ritual of becoming. This ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full night. What's wrong with that? I mean, sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty great right about now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge with it. The mind of the noble is connected to the machine and must fight with the mental signatures and personalities of the prior pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences in battle is felt by the pilot themselves, be it the general movement in the battlefield or damage sustained by the machine itself. If a knight's leg is blown off in battle, the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same spot. The merging to the machine forever changes the mentality of the noble that experiences it. This connection reinforces a strong degree of nobility and honor in the pilot. And
that's a gamer chair and a half.
The glory of their house until the bitter end, as their ancestors' minds are linked directly to the knight. The size of these knights can vary, but generally speaking, they stand in the ballpark of 30 to 50 feet tall and are protected by a thick adamantium armor. Beyond that, they have their own unique ion shield generators that give them added protection, and when it comes to their looks, the most common pattern across the Imperium is the Questoris pattern, and is honestly the one you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller versions like Armigers and bigger ones known as the Dominus. As for a loadout, these guys are essentially a violent Mr. Potato Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons, up close and personal, how about a gigantic chainsword or a straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it. More autocannons, maybe add some missiles. Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He serves every subject, from the rudest serf to the members of the court. Chivalric fealty, when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle. Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are one of the least grimdark settings in the galaxy. Reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants is almost an escapism from the techno hell of the modern Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun on paper to play a game of knights, but it's not so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights themselves, the knights give their entire lives to the Throne Mechanicum, and their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors, controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live. It's a strange dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight pilot is often an asshole who can back it up. The rich noble that, despite his braggadocious behavior, is still very much him, and he will continue to be him. But knights are not the only thing that the Imperium found lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to the circumstances of the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on. Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas, and they were known as abhumans. Many abhumans.
Yeah, there was a lot of abhumans. As far as like the knights are concerned, I hear they're not really good tabletop wise. I hear that the tabletop, you know, like it's fun to have a knight to essentially mess around with, but they're not exactly going to last for very long unless you have a lot of other accompanying units to, you know, to kind of help bolster it. It's not like an end all to be all piece. It's very much like it fulfills a specific function, and if you're not careful of how you use it, it's just going to eat up all of your resources, and it's going to fuck you over by the end of, you know, like by the end of the rounds. And I've never actually played the tabletop version of Warhammer, but I would certainly like to see how it's played. But yeah, I don't know. Might be an interesting thing to look into, but yeah, that's typically how the knights function somewhat on the tabletop version, is that you have to have other things to go with the knights, because if you put all your points into a single knight, you're kind of fucked. So, yeah.
Found their way into the Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not wiped out immediately for being too different from their human counterparts. But their abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and one particular group of abhumans have made quite a name for themselves in the center of the galaxy. The origins of what will be known as the Kin start at some point during the Dark Age technology, where their ancestors left a planet that is very much Terra and went to the galactic core to mine it of its resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need for a long-term stay, most important of which were the incredible AI-based supercomputers. Be it guidance, technical or philosophical, schematics, or the ability to upload the memories of a deceased explorer to gather information from them, these computers became an essential part of their everyday life, especially considering that the galactic core is one of the most inhospitable places in the galaxy. It is an exceptionally star-dense location, full of abnormalities, black holes, and sentient hostile nebula. Whatever that last part means, it is not a safe and easy place to make a living, and this only got worse thanks to the warp storms during the Age of Strife. In order to adapt to this area, these travelers perfected a genetic makeup that made their future clones to be more adept to the area. These future clones would be shorter and more robust than their ancestors, and the need to procreate would be unnecessary because why risk messing up a good employee when you can just make a new one? These would be known as the Squats, and they would all die, except for when they didn't. And now, they are known by a different name. Most void-faring races have at least one cautionary tale of foolish explorers vanishing amidst its blazing stellar nurseries and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Voton, the galactic core has been home now for millennia. These squat humanoids would begin to establish themselves in the core, and their goals would be the same as their ancestors. Rock and stone! But like actually kinda, yeah. Whenever one of them would die, they would know that that sucker would need to be uploaded to the machines like their forefathers did. But the original purpose of these machines was lost to time. What was once a technical resource for them turned into a ritual known as joining the ancestors. And the fact that they were clones at this point meant that the same copy of the same individual would be uploaded countlessly. The sheer overuse of these computers and the repeated uploading of redundant data has turned these once powerful supercomputers into your parents' computer after you installed LimeWire on it, and whose 50 Google Chrome tabs definitely contain information they will return to one day. So much corruption that these computers began to develop the makings of a personality of their own. These would be known as the Voton, and the kin, this dwarf-like abhuman of humanity, would revere them. The Voton still operate to this day, but the volume of corruption have made anything outside of their very basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not answer a question for centuries at a time, and if they do provide an answer or data, it has become so corrupted and so incongruent that it takes a literal kin wizard to comprehend it. The kin, much like the dwarves of fantasy, exist nowadays as a mercantile species that constantly work to mine and manufacture. However, their capitalistic desires are dangerous. The biggest crimes a kin can face are being lazy, unproductive, and breaking a contract. Stellar conflicts have broken out over hundreds of years due to the breaking of a deal. So if you signed a contract with a kin, you best stick to it. Because of this, the kin have been known to interact with other species in a fairly common manner. This includes humanity, who have met various members of the kin multiple times but constantly consider them to be all a different species. Famously, the Imperium noted that the kin they referred to as the Squats were their own species and were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know, they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology, so the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret as well as the truth. This extends also to the Iron Kin, sentient robots that are treated in the same esteem of flesh and blood kin because kin is kin. The second thing they are aware of is where they're from. They are fairly confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret was to be known by the Imperium, that the Imperium might want to take ownership of them and everything they've built. So the more alien they are, the better. Now, this sounds fine and good, right? What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late stage space capitalism? Well, we have to go back to their creation. The kin are an entirely clone-based race made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the Voton, are becoming more and more unpredictable and derelict. If anything were to happen to these machines, it would be a twofold ending of the kin. New kin cannot be reproduced, reducing their numbers, and the existing kin would have no further purpose because the end that awaits them would be non-existent. The horror of the kin civilization is that the entire purpose of their lives is to do the best they can at their duty and upload all they know to the Voton, their ancestor cores, join their ancestors. But doing so is actually the thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths their legacy continued, and though their eyes had shut long ago, indeed the ancestors were watching, not with a gaze from eons gone, but with the eyes of every living kin. Each generation was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. The galaxy changed, stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell, but as long as the Voton endured, the ancestors still lived. I do want to end this last bit with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Voton are space dwarves with a corporate sci-fi motif, but they are still very much dwarves. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise. What you see as yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the Great Crusade continued, humanity would find their missing Primarchs, reestablish the locations of all of their various worlds, and finally reclaim what the Emperor was always hoping for. But eventually, all the Emperor sought to build would be his undoing. His original attempt to have all of the Primarchs lead his great armies and usher humanity into the better ages would end up crumbling down. And we will learn about how the Imperium backslides and the horror of the modern day of 40K in part 2. I will see you very soon. Thank you so much for watching.
That was a video. Man, oh man. There is a lot to say. What the hell is this? No. 12 hours? What is this? Summer Cabin? Oh, of course. Some random thing that the YouTube recommendation popped up. Anyways. So yeah, that was the Warhammer 40k, please stop. That was Bricky's 40k factions re-explained. I would highly recommend that if you guys want to, you should go check out the original video. I did stop intermittently here and there, although I feel like I could have stopped a little bit more in some places, but stop. Why is YouTube so weird? It's never been this slow or this incomprehensive. It's weird how for some reason YouTube is it Opera? No. I don't know. It could be the browser. Anyways. That's weird. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and just maybe cut it here for now. But yes, please go take a look at the original video. A link is in the description below when you get a chance. And, you know, if nothing else, you know, like, Warhammer is a very fascinating franchise. I often think about how with everything that's been going on as of recent, right? You know, Star Wars being acquired by Disney and seeing how well that turned out. And looking at the many franchises and the many stories that exist in our modern time, from superheroes to, like, you know, to many other things such as Halo and other franchises, video game ones or whatnot, there's a lot of things that have went by the wayside and a lot of stories that are no longer as cool as they used to be, right? And I feel like Warhammer is just one of those franchises, right, that, you know, like, it's kind of one of those franchises where it feels like it's the last bastion for any semblance of quality to, you know, to remain. I wonder if it'll be easier if I just do this. And I feel like, if nothing else, with Games Workshop being the way that they are, right? Oh yeah, it seems to be tracking better now. I'm hoping that at the very least, yeah, I should have done that a while ago, that the 40k as a franchise continues to at least gain notoriety and succeed in many different ways without compromising on its vision. Because there's been a lot of stories now as of recent where there's been so many compromises over the original vision of the works that it's debatable as to whether or not it's even the same thing. And I often hate the idea of modernizing or reimagining or even changing certain things, not just because it doesn't usually pan out the way on the same level of quality that the original has. It's more so like a bastardization. You know, when you change too much and you basically create incongruities within the world lore and the state of the fantasy of of the fiction that you were creating within an already established work, it really rubs people the wrong way. And in particular, it rubs most fans the wrong way. It also rubs me the wrong way. It also kind of gives actual viewers who have never even known these franchises a question as to, what is it about this thing that's so fascinating in the first place? I mean, another good example of this would be like the Devil May Cry TV show, as well as the Star Wars sequel trilogy, among other things. You know, like, people will go into these things and they'll think to themselves, so this is what it's like to be, this is what Star Wars is like. This is what Devil May Cry is like. It's like, well, not really. This isn't actually Devil May Cry. This isn't actually Star Wars. It's got the same sort of look and appeal. It's got the same aesthetics. It certainly follows a similar story through line as those works, but it's not actually like them. Like, there's a lot of the majesty that gets replaced because, you know, they're trying to do change-ups that otherwise don't make really any sense with the work, or just get rid of a lot of the original magic that's supplanted with bullshit, so to speak. But anyways, I do like 40K as a franchise. I hope that 40K continues to succeed where many others have failed. And though most would argue that Warhammer today is being propped up by more so the fans than really Games Workshop, I hope that Games Workshop, at the very fucking least, right, makes the great decision of just continuing to not fuck up their franchise and also to continue to license their product out to people who actually give a shit about the franchise and don't do anything to bastardize it. Because you know what will happen if it gets in the hands of, like, the wrong people, right? It's gonna get fucked up. And it's gonna get fucked up really quick. The best part about Games Workshop, and much to the chagrin of most people, I guess, would be that, at least from the surface level of it, right? They seem to care enough about their golden goose to where they don't want just some random people coming in to basically write ridiculous shit into their fiction. And that's something that I can appreciate. They also understand that the dark grunginess of its fantasy elements, as well as the science fiction elements, is kind of the marriage for which that a lot of people really like. It's kind of the identity of the work. And so if someone were to come in and try to fuck with that in any sort of fashion, that would just utterly alienate people from the franchise. It's one of the reasons why people hate the Tau so much. It's because to them, they seem like space weeaboo communists. But I digress. You know, like, a lot of people really like this franchise. I, for one, really like the brutal nature of it. I like the grunginess of it as well. And I like a lot of the stories that seem to be in it. I wasn't too keen on 40K originally, because before I was even introduced to 40K, the only thing I knew about it was that there were big, bulky guys in armor, as was aforementioned, but also that there was a lot of things about it that just were weird, kind of ridiculous looking, a little too over, like, I don't know, in depth. Like, everyone talks about, like, when you ask people what's 40K really like, they're just like, it's complicated. And then when they try to explain it to you and try to explain that it's actually a really complicated, jumbled mess of stories and things, you're just like, so what you're saying is that the lore is very expansive, it's this culmination of many other stories, and it tells many different things within its setting. That's pretty interesting, but that also sounds complicated as fuck. And I don't want to have to try to unwrap that package. And that's most people's general consensus, right? Me, personally, that was my general consensus before I got into Warhammer, as the 40K version anyways, as a series. And I really would like to see people try to somehow bridge that gap, to try to kind of erase this notion that you need to understand everything in Warhammer to really appreciate Warhammer. Because you don't need to understand everything about 40K to truly, really get a grasp of its appeal. You just have to look at the cool shit that happens, and then you have to look at all of the shit that makes it work, and then you just need to give them the necessary enough context to really make them ask themselves, what the fuck is even happening, and how the fuck does any of this work? And then they could just go figure it out for themselves. And it's as simple as that. That's how it got me interested in the franchise in the first place. That's how Space Marines 2 got me interested in the franchise in the first place, was because, like, why did this guy pray in front of a terminal just to fucking use a terminal? Why is Titus such, you know, like, it's understandable why he's such a prick, but it's also, you know, like, not really a prick, but, like, you know, he's kind of standoffish, right? And you know, like, why is everyone kind of, like, constantly questioning him, constantly harassing him about, like, why is it that you know all these things? How is it that you know the things that you know? And why, in God's name, Titus, aren't you trying to explain yourself in these instances? And the more you delve into it, right, the more you get the idea, the sense that there is a wider narrative being told here, that there's a greater context to be pulled from. And so that leaves you with more questions. And so you go out seeking answers. And what you find is something truly magnanimous, bizarre, fucked up, and kind of interesting, but also retardedly complex. Like, overwhelmingly just mind-bogglingly Like, just, why is this a thing that exists? And a lot of Warhammer is literally just asking the question, why does this thing exist? The tech priests in themselves warrants probably several pages worth of, like, how in the fuck does this work? Just looking at a single tech priest, you could probably ask yourself multiple questions about their physiology that will probably take forever to really answer, because it's such a culmination, an amalgamation of so many different interests, not just ideologically speaking as to why they would do this to themselves, but also just like, how does any of this even work? What even is this? What am I looking at right now? You could probably sum it up in several paragraphs. You could probably sum it up in like a 3-page essay. You could probably do a lot of these things, but it's at the end of the day, right? Warhammer is just this interesting, weird sort of almost like a pseudo like fantasy science fiction setting that I and several other people have been enjoying so far, especially as newcomers to the whole thing. Like, I did not know much when I first started, and even when I started covering it on this channel, like, you know, from my Space Marines 2 playthrough to my Rogue Trader stuff, among other things, and I was never really sure what to make of it. And the more I started to get into it, the more I started to learn more about it, the more interesting it seemed, and, you know, I just became more, you know, fascinated by it as a result, and that's generally how I feel about 40K as a franchise. But in any event, it's late, and as much as I could just keep going until the 8-hour mark, I'm just going to cut it here. And I just want to thank you all so much for watching, and I hope to see you all in the next one, and maybe I can get some of my my model tracking, among other things, fixed by the next stream. And hopefully, right, maybe I can find a video that's worth reacting to that's not necessarily a shoe on head video. It could be something different. If anybody has any recommendations, I'll certainly take those as well. If it's another shoe on head video that you want me to react to, I can certainly do that as well. But in any event, I'm going to just, you know, look at the pool of things that I could try to react to, and I can just, you know, and I'll just probably make a stream about that. And if you want to join me, feel free to pop in. And if not, you know, there's a VOD. You can just get to it whenever. And as for, like, when the next streams are up, I don't usually have a stream schedule, but as far as, like, you know, like, when I will notify people, I haven't been notifying a whole lot of people as of recent as to when my streams are going to pop up, which I was trying to do initially, but a lot of circumstances got in the way of me being able to, like, at least keep up to date with not only, like, streaming but also other things. You know, like, it's a fucking weird one. I'm both, like, constantly trying to figure out what it is that I want to do, not just with the channel as well as streaming ideas, but I'm also kind of, you know, like, trying to figure out my life, where I want to go with it. And I have been trying to think about, like, places I need to go to apply for jobs, among other things. And I have other things that get in the way of, you know, like, my ability to do all of these factors. But otherwise, you know, like, that's just where I'm going to end that. Nobody really cares about the inner workings or the behind-the-scenes goings-on about my life, I imagine. But otherwise, thank you all again so much for watching, and I shall see you all later. Bye-bye.